into action. Wear a mask and keep 6 feet of space between yourself and others in public. Wash your hands often and stay home if you're sick. Go to cdcfoundation.org to learn more.
Bigger, better, Boardwalk. Boardwalk Honda. Bigger, better, Boardwalk. Boardwalk Honda.
Looking to upgrade? Get to Boardwalk Honda. Take advantage of fresh savings during the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event. Right now, lease a new 2021 HRV LX all-wheel drive for just $89 a month for 36 months. Or lease a new 2021 Civic Sedan LX front-wheel drive for $119 a month for 36 months. Plus, browse our entire selection of pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have it all from store to shore. We're sure to have the vehicle you want at the price you want. Accord, Civic, CRVs, you name it, we have it. Plus, we work with all credit situations. Boardwalk Honda partners with over 25 top financial lenders, so we'll help you get approved and on the road in your new Honda in no time. Visit Boardwalk Honda today, located in Egg Harbor Township, or shop online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. Call us toll free at 844-890-3390 for more details.
Boardwalk Honda.
You decided to upgrade your outdoor deck. So you ordered the essentials: a power washer, a set of patio chairs, and a shiny new grill. And you use your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping and up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards your most essential deck addition, a bird feeder. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this. 10. There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text both to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BOTH to 42424. That's both to 42424.
Before you move in and start making a lifetime of memories, there's something you should remember: the value of working with a realtor. A realtor is more than an expert in the field who abides by a code of ethics. A realtor is your neighbor and your ally, someone who puts your agenda ahead of theirs, someone who understands your dreams and has the expertise to make them a reality. Finding the right place starts with you and a realtor, and the doors we open together. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
If you're an athlete or live an active lifestyle, aches and pains can be part of the game. That's where Trifecta Therapeutics comes into play. Trifecta Therapeutics is a premier sports rehabilitation physical therapy center located centrally for anyone in South Jersey, right in Glassboro. Their team of the highest skilled docs takes a unique approach to physical therapy and rehab. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a finely tuned athlete, they treat the pros and the Joes. To find out more about Trifecta Therapeutics and how they can help you, check out trifectatherapeutics.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now this is something to get excited about. 21 Days of Beauty is happening now at Ulta Beauty.
It's cars!
A two-head jam!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We are live here in the Matt Black Kia Studios. Glad to have you on board the show today, Thursday edition. The NBA trade deadline is less than an hour from right now. We got a lot of NBA to get to. We will get to some Eagles a little bit later in the show as well. We got two NBA guests coming up a little bit later. Brandon Scoopy Robinson, NBA insider, join us right after the trade deadline hits a little bit later today. Also, we will be talking with Keith Smith. Keith Smith from NBA Yahoo Sports will join us also at 5:30 tonight. In between there, we will talk Eagles and NFL draft with Andrew DiCecco at Football at 4. And, of course, we will talk with our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, because tonight the Flyers are back on the ice. And Chuck Fletcher, he spoke to the media yesterday. Of course, all the details on the Sixers trade so far, the Flyers, the Phillies, the Eagles, all over at 97.3 ESPN.com. We can also watch the show as we are here live in the Matt Black Kia Studios. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. So for those who didn't see the news, or maybe you're just getting wind of the news, George Hill is the Sixers' latest acquisition, not Kyle Lowry. I know for some people that is very, very disappointing, but there is some things to keep in mind with this deal. So let's start with what we know. Number one, the Sixers have acquired George Hill for Tony Bradley, Terrence Ferguson, and 2 future second-round picks. Then Ferguson was sent to the Knicks. The Knicks are sending the Sixers Iggy Brazdeikis, who is basically just a throw-in player for a couple of different reasons. And then Austin Rivers is going to OKC. So this is one of those deals where OKC gets some draft picks, the Knicks get another body, the Sixers get George Hill and a body. George Hill is not, I repeat, he is not a free agent. He is under contract for 1 more year. He is also a year younger than Kyle Lowry. George Hill also has a championship ring. So you have a couple things to evaluate here when it comes to the acquisition of George Hill. Number one, George Hill is under contract for 1 more year. Number two, for his career, he's shooting over 38% from 3. He shot 46% 2 years ago with Milwaukee. There's a lot of positives here in the acquisition of Hill. Personally, for me, I would have loved to see them get Kyle Lowry. That would have been my personal choice. If I were the Sixers, I would have found a way to get Lowry. But for whatever reason, they haven't. For whatever reason, it is Hill. And considering what you gave up to get him, I don't think it's a bad deal at all. I don't think it's a bad deal at all. And the fact that you have a situation where you didn't have to give up a ton of players, a ton of assets, a ton of anything, really, and you were able to get a guy who's legitimately going to help you, I think is a big deal. Again, the Sixers do have some time to make another deal. They still have that trade exception that they can use to absorb a contract. So maybe it won't be a big name. Like, for example, we've already seen Norman Powell and Aaron Gordon and Nikola Vucevic and Evan Fournier all trade. I'll get to all those in just a moment. So it might not be a name like that, but you still have that trade exception to take on one more player that maybe a team around the league is saying, do I really need this guy? And as I mentioned, George Hill is under contract. That is a huge part of this. Do not overlook that. And he's a year younger than Kyle Lowry. Now, you would love to have Lowry's experience. You would love to have him back in Philadelphia. I am not denying that one bit. But keep in mind that the Sixers were not maybe looking to upend their entire starting lineup. The 76ers are a team that have played very well when their starters are all on the floor together. When it's Embiid, Simmons, Harris, Curry, and Green, They've played incredibly well, and they've won a ton of games with that group. So maybe the perspective from Doc Rivers and Daryl Morey is we're not going to rip it apart right now because we want to see how far we can go with this current team as constructed. I think that's a big part of it. I mentioned the trade exception. Remember, that's about $8 million you can absorb a contract at this point in a trade. So you can use that trade exception in a 1-for-1 deal. You can't use that in a 3-way deal. So you still have that exception out there. One guy that I have not heard exactly what is going on with yet, and I'm not saying the Sixers are going to get him, but Victor Oladipo is still out there as of this moment I'm speaking to you, barring any crazy trade that happens in the next few seconds. And I know the Rockets are saying, oh, Oladipo is not available. Listen, everyone's available for the right price. And if you are the Rockets, if you're not going to trade Oladipo because, I don't know, for some stupid reason, like you think that you don't want to make a trade with the Sixers, as was reported previously, and that's ridiculous. But again, Oladipo is a guy who's still out there. There are other contracts that you can get out there. The only concern with Oladipo is he's going to be a free agent after this year, and he's pricey. So there are still moves that can be made. Let me know what you guys think. Of course, we are streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, where you can watch the show. You can comment on the stream. I'll get to you guys in a moment as well. 609-403-0973 is the text board. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Thursday, less than an hour before the NBA trade deadline hits. The Sixers have at least made one deal, and that is George Hill. Another thing to keep in mind is look at the other trades that happened. The Sixers didn't have to give up a ton to get who they got. I'm noticing as I'm watching these trades go down that there's a lot of guys who are getting overpaid for. There's a lot of assets being moved. Toronto traded Norm Powell to Portland for Gary Trent and Rodney Hood. Gary Trent arguably has been one of the most important players for Portland this year because Gary Trent was a guy who was out there when CJ McCollum couldn't play, and he was putting up ridiculous numbers. If you play fantasy basketball or you've been listening to my FanDuel Sportsbook picks this year, I have jumped on the Gary Trent bandwagon multiple times, and he was hitting threes. He was scoring points. He was a huge, huge deal for them. Sacramento traded Nemanja Bjelica to Miami for Mo Harkless and Chris Silva. In what reality is Nemanja Bjelica worth two players? It only happened because you got to make the money work. I certainly don't know if I would have made that deal if I was Miami. How about the deal for Aaron Gordon? Aaron Gordon's going to the Nuggets for Gary Harris, RJ Hampton, and a first-round pick, as long with a protected 2025 first-round pick. That's a lot. That is a stinking lot to trade for Aaron Gordon, a guy who's a good player, but not a great player. Gary Harris is one of your most important perimeter players this year. RJ Hampton is considered a young up-and-coming guy who, under the right situation, could develop. And if you're trading multiple first-round picks to Orlando for Aaron Gordon, I'm not too thrilled with that trade there. I think it's a lot. Look at what Chicago did with the Vucevic deal. This is the one that made me almost drive off the road this morning. I had to pull over on the side of the road and make sure I was reading the Woj tweets right. Because when I heard it first on 97.3 ESPN radio, I was like, what is going on here? Vucevic and Al-Farouq Aminu going to Chicago for Otto Porter, Wendell Carter Jr., and 2 first-round picks. And by the way, those are not consecutive first-round picks. Those are 2021 and 2023. The Magic could still be pretty bad after those years. So they might have multiple first-round picks and multiple drafts, and they might be able to trade up in those drafts because of those assets. Otto Porter is mostly there for the money. I get that. But Wendell Carter Jr. is a very good player. He's a solid rebounding post guy for them on a team where they haven't had a lot of good post players. I guess they're assuming that Vucevic is just going to be that guy. Now, obviously, Boston only gave up 2 second-round picks for Evan Fournier, but the point is that the majority of these trades so far, teams are giving up a lot. They're giving up a lot of assets to get players. And I think for the Sixers, they give up one solid player in Tony Bradley, a guy who's played almost nada this year in Terrence Ferguson, and then 2 future second-round picks. When you have a gazillion second-round picks, I think it's a good move for the Sixers compared to what the rest of the league is doing. Any news breaks, we will let you know right here on 97.3 ESPN. I just hit the refresh button and I got something here. Of course, it would help if the page would load properly. All right. Woj tweeted out that Toronto is trading Matt Thomas to the Jazz for a future second-round pick. So that's kind of one of those filler deals right there. That's what that is. But that's the latest deal I'm seeing on the thread in front of me right now. Josh Hennig here. We're going to get to your thoughts and comments. George Hill to the Sixers. How do you feel about it? You like it? You dislike it? You on board with it? Looks like Vincent Poirier is another guy who's being moved as part of the George Hill deal. It looks like Poirier might be going to the Sixers as well. So maybe that's part of the reason why they got Brazdeikis, because Ignas is mostly a G League guy this year. He's a two-way player. So maybe there was some finagling of money that had to work. I'm sure there will be some thorough breakdown. I understand there are some rumors out there that the Sixers could make a deal with the Warriors. Again, some of that's just conjecture. I'm not going to sit here and report anything to you guys, but I know that there is some conjecture and rumors out there about a Sixers-Warriors deal. But as soon as anything gets finalized, I will let you know here. Let's get to your guys' thoughts and comments. 609-403-0973 is the text board. Again, we are about under 50 minutes from the NBA trade deadline. Remember, some trades can come in after 3 p.m. if two teams are discussing, so keep that in mind as the news runs through. Again, 609-403-0973. Get to your comments on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can watch the show here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Josh Stewart chimes in on YouTube, says, I love the addition of George Hill because we didn't unload a lot of talent to get him. I'm with you. Listen, I guess two Joshes are great minds think alike, right? It's one of those deals where if you're getting George Hill, you're getting a guy who is not going to cost you a ton of money. He's going to be an efficient player. Remember, this is a guy who averages a turnover per game for his career. So he's somebody who does not commit a bunch of turnovers. He is a solid outside shooter. He shot 46% twice in his career so far. So you know he can shoot from the outside. And he is a stabilizer for the second unit. You need a guy who's going to stabilize that bench unit. You can't depend on Shake Milton to do everything. You just can't. So I like the George Hill deal. I'm with you. And the fact he's under control for one extra year, I think is a big part of it as well. You didn't just give up a guy to get a guy. Michael mentions on Facebook, he says they should have gotten Ball. Well, that's easy to say. There was a report last night that they talked about on SportsCenter that I don't remember if it was Brian Windhorst or Adrian Wojnarowski. I forget which one's which sometimes when it comes to what reports flash on your screen. But they were saying last night that apparently there's talk that David Griffin wants a lot for Lonzo Ball, that they want a specific return on a trade. So if the Sixers aren't willing to give up a ton to get Lonzo Ball, it's easy for us to say they should have done this. Well, maybe the Pelicans didn't like what you were offering. Maybe the Pelicans were asking for Tyrese Maxey, and to me, that's a reach. If you were going to trade Tyrese Maxey, it's for a guy like Kyle Lowry. It's for a guy who is going to have that kind of impact. Lonzo Ball is not on the same level as Kyle Lowry to me. And I understand that he's younger. I understand that Lonzo Ball has played well this year, but there is something to be said for the fact that he has played on a team that plays garbage defense, a coach who was supposed to change the culture, who probably actually made it worse than what it was before there. And you have to wonder how much of that is Lonzo, how much of that is Zion, how much of that is the coaching staff, how much of that is the veterans. I don't know the answer, but it's easy for us to say what the Sixers should have done. You should have gotten Lonzo Ball. Well, what if the Pelicans are not willing to trade him? There is some conjecture out there that David Griffin was demanding certain things in return for Lonzo Ball. That was the reports out there. So if the Sixers were not willing to give up those things, what if the Pelicans were asking for a first-round pick? Are you really going to trade a first-round pick and some players for Lonzo Ball? I don't know. I'm not. And Lonzo's having a good year. It's not like he's a bad player. But it's easy for us to say what somebody should have done when we're not in those trade conversations. By the way, Lonzo Ball this year, he's averaging a career high in points, 14. Okay. I mean, he's doing well. He's shooting the same from three-point range as George Hill. They're both shooting 38% from three this year. I don't really think Lonzo Ball would have been a massive upgrade compared to Hill, except for the fact that he's younger. But remember, as I said, Lonzo's supposed to be a free agent this offseason. George Hill is not. So you're getting a players under control for another year. I think that's a big part of it. Gerald Lopez says on Facebook, how about the Warriors? Yeah, I mentioned that, Gerald. There is some conjecture the Sixers could make a trade with the Warriors. I understand that that is not a trade that's been done yet, though. That is a trade that has been rumored out there. There are a couple different players who are attached to that deal. I know it was Mark Stein he's with the New York Times now. I know he was reporting that Danny Green could be a guy going to the Warriors in a couple different trade scenarios. I will say that I would need a little bit more information than to assume anything. If the Sixers were to make a trade with the Warriors, I would be a little bit surprised because when you think about the way the Western Conference standings are going right now, with the Lakers in free fall without LeBron and without AD, I expect the Lakers to keep dropping. And the Warriors right now are right on that edge of those 7 to 10 teams. They are a couple games ahead of the Pelicans. And if I'm the Warriors, I got to make a choice right now. I got to choose, am I buying or am I selling? And if I'm buying, Danny Green feels like a soft buy for me because Danny Green is also an expiring contract. So, I'm looking at the Warriors. They're 22-22. They are a half game behind the Grizzlies. They are a game and a half behind the Spurs, and they're 2 games behind the Mavericks in that 7 to 10 range. But they're also a solid 2.5 games ahead of the Pelicans, who the Pelicans and the Kings are behind the Warriors, and both of them play garbage for defense. I'm sure that the guys in your rec league play better defense than the Pelicans and the Kings do. So I'm not fully sure the details of what a Warriors trade would entail. I'm always suspicious when people say so-and-so is rumored to be traded here, but then they have no details about what you are getting in return for said player. That always makes me very suspicious. Again, the trade we do know that's happened so far for the Sixers, George Hill coming here. It's not Lonzo Ball. It's not Kyle Lowry. I'm seeing a lot of chatter out there that Kyle Lowry is going to end up in Miami. We don't know that yet. We'll find out if that's true or not. Let's get a text in here at 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. I'll pop this text up there on the screen for you, those of you watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. If you want to watch the show, just go to 973ESPN.com. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Texter chimes in at 609-403-0973 and says, Maxey straight up or a late first-round pick for Alonzo. Of course you do. Pretty sure they were asking for more than that. Well, first of all, it has to be more than that because Lonzo, I got to check Lonzo's contract. I think Lonzo makes a good chunk of money, actually, on his current contract. Because Maxey's still on that rookie contract. So let me double check what Lonzo's contract is. It's one of the contracts I haven't investigated overly intensely. Lonzo is about $11 million. And Maxi's just under 5 because he's on the rookie first-year contract he is. So you would have to include somebody else aside from Maxey. And considering the fact the Sixers just made a deal that unloaded Ferguson, Bradley, and Poirier, I'm assuming that some of the pieces that might have gone in a Lonzo Ball deal are now gone, unless there's some creative way to get a third team involved. I know there's been a lot of talk about the Bulls and Lonzo Ball. That deal could still happen. Maybe it's one of those situations where the Sixers get involved in that deal and the Sixers get something out of it, but it's not Lonzo Ball specifically. Personally, I don't know if I would trade Maxey for Lonzo Ball just because I think Maxey has a more of a potential than Lonzo Ball at this point. I think Lonzo kind of is what he is right now. He's a guy who he's a pretty good point guard. Not a great point guard. He's pretty good. He's average to below average at defense. He's a solid free throw shooter. He's an okay 3-point shooter. I feel like Maxey is just more dynamic than he is. And I think if Maxey gets a little bit more maturity under his belt, he can potentially be a better player long-term than Lonzo. 609-403-0973 is the text board. With more of your thoughts and comments, again, the current deal that has happened so far is the 76ers have acquired George Hill for Tony Bradley, Terrence Ferguson, 2 future second-round picks. Austin Rivers goes to OKC. Sixers get a couple other players moving around. Vincent Poirier is also going to the Knicks. Ferguson's going to the Knicks. Sixers get Brazdeikis, and a lot of other rumors are floating around. So we will get you anything that pops off as soon as it happens right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Woj just tweeted that the Hawks and Clippers are discussing a Rajon Rondo trade. Wow. Can you imagine Rondo on that Clippers team? That would really up the defensive positioning for them, for sure. That's a trade to keep an eye on. If they get Rondo, I might have to throw some futures money on the Clippers. This hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local provider who makes it easy to upgrade your home to the most energy-efficient equipment on the market. Plus, learn how to get a free furnace during the month of March only. Visit them online at broadleafs.net. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill at Josh Hennig on Twitter on 97.3 ESPN. More of your reaction, what the Sixers have done, what they should do coming up on the other side. Again, the deal is George Hill coming to the Sixers. A lot of other parts moving around. We will keep you updated. The NBA trade deadline is less than 40 minutes away. And don't forget, Brandon Scoop B. Robinson coming up at 3:20 for Inside the Sixers. Immediate reaction after the NBA trade deadline right here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City for all your Sixers, Flyers, Eagles, Phillies coverage, and you can listen to 97.3 ESPN wherever you go. And of course, you can see us live in the Matt Black Kia Studios. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You want to watch the show, just go to 97.3 ESPN.com.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey Thursday night on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scored!
The Flyers host the New York Rangers Thursday night. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN and listen live on the free mobile app.
On some models excludes Corvette with GMF financing, excludes prior sales. See dealer for details.
If you've been waiting for the best deal you can find on a brand new Chevy, then your wait has paid off big time. Right now, during Bennett Chevy's March Markdown event, you can save up to 25% off many of our most popular models. That's right. With Bennett Chevy's famous GM supplier employee pricing, plus you keeping all the rebates, that's up to a whopping 25% off MSRP. Plus, for a limited time, there's 0% financing available on our hottest Chevy models. Got an old beater? Get it to Bennett for an unbeatable $7,000 minimum towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $7,000. Imagine what we'll pay for a good trade. And our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So buying at Bennett's always a pleasure with no need to negotiate, plus there's never any sales pressure. Get to Bennett Chevy during our March Markdown event and find new roads. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
What's in store this week at Staples?
A big deal on ink. That's kind of a big deal.
Staples has the technology, furniture, and supplies you need for a totally productive workspace.
And right now, you can earn 40% back in Staples rewards when you purchase any 2 ink or toner cartridges.
Shop in-store or get same-day delivery powered by Instacart.
Ends 3/27/21. Limit 4 in-store and on Instacart only. Visit staplesconnect.com/ink rewards for details. Instacart delivery subject to availability. Additional fees may apply.
Attention basketball fans, it's officially madness time, and PropSwap has profit waiting for you. All you have to do is list your sports betting tickets for sale, and PropSwap will find you a buyer. It's completely free to list your ticket, and the average seller on PropSwap makes about $500 every month. It's so easy. Just go to PropSwap.com today or download the PropSwap app and click sell to get started.
You decided to upgrade your outdoor deck. So you ordered the essentials: a power washer, a set of patio chairs, and a shiny new grill. And you use your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping and up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards your most essential deck addition, a bird feeder. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
If you're struggling with a drug or alcohol addiction, now is the time to take action and get professional help. Call Recovery Centers of America at 1-888-RECOVERY today. You are worthy of recovery from your addiction, and calling RCA will be your first step in getting the help you need. Recovery Centers of America answers the phone and admits patients 24/7. And because safety is a top priority, all patients and staff are routinely tested for COVID-19. RCA's expert team of physicians and medical professionals will treat you with compassion and dignity and provide an evidence-based treatment plan that is custom-tailored to your specific needs. Recovery Centers of America at Devon and Lighthouse are local and in-network with insurance providers, so their best-in-class inpatient and outpatient care, offered both in-person and via teletherapy, is affordable and accessible. Make this the year you conquer your addiction. Call today, 1-888-RECOVERY. That's 1-888-RECOVERY.
Hey, James, that order just doubled. We got to move fast here.
Indeed knows unexpected growth can stretch your business thin.
Somebody pick up that phone.
Like at Luca's Gourmet Frozen Pizza Company. To operate at scale, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Check out what's new at the Spring Style event at JCPenney. Shop the season's freshest looks for men, women, and your home sweet home. JCPenney.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig, affiliated from Mike Gill on a Thursday on 97.3 ESPN. We are live here in the Matt Black Kia Studios. Right, Matt Black Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Visit them online at mattblackkia.com. Of course, the NBA trade deadline is about 30 minutes away. We'll talk with NBA insider Brandon Scoop B. Robinson with a full recap on the trade deadline coming up at 3 p.m. Also, Yahoo Sports NBA writer Keith Smith at his usual 5:30. Because usually by 5:30, the dust has settled a little bit more. So with the immediate reaction from Scoop B at 3:20 for Inside the Sixers, and then we'll get the overall big picture from Keith Smith coming up at 5:30. Also in between there, we'll talk some Eagles and Flyers as well. So a busy show today, and we'll get to your guys' comments in just a moment here. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We can watch the show. Just go to 973ESPN.com to watch the show. Also, we have the text board open, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Get a couple comments in here. People jumping on the stream. Got one comment saying, I'm praying the Sixers keep Thibault. Listen, I'm with you about Thibault, okay? I think Thibault has way more value than people value scoring so much when it comes to the basketball. It's a little too much for my taste. I'm a big believer that, when you look at what Thibault brings to this team, I think he has a valuable role because at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to stop Durant, Harden, and Irving. Can you maybe slow them down a little bit? I feel way more comfortable with the idea of Thibault, Ben Simmons, and Danny Green out there than Simmons and fill in the blank guys. Ugh, that could get scary. By the way, I'm like Mike Gill, for those who don't know. We love the comments that you guys have on the side about different players. I'm going to get to that conversation because Boogie Cousins has become a conversation point on the YouTube side in just a moment. But I want to get a text board message because I thought this message was interesting. This is a guy who texted at 609-403-0973. He says, never followed the NBA to the last few years, but it seems like people are moving all over the place. Sixers should keep young talent like Maxey to complement their star players. So it's a very interesting point from someone who's not an NBA diehard. And I think that it is very balanced approach because when you think about what the Sixers are doing, they're not mortgaging the future for the here and now. Some people think they should, but they're not. In many ways, this year is a feeling out period for Daryl Morey, Doc Rivers, and the organization to try to figure out what exactly they're doing moving forward. What is the overall big plan, big picture with this team? And so as a result, when you think about this organization, you got to figure out about Ben, about Joel, about Tobias. What is their future? What is their ceiling? Morey and Rivers never worked with them before. So it would be very short-sighted and very reactionary and emotional to just turn around and say, hey, we're just going to go out there and go crazy. We're just going to go crazy about this stuff when you really don't have to. It's really not necessary. And I think that when you think about what this team is moving forward, they have to make some serious decisions about what this team can and can't do with the talent they have before they go ahead and quote unquote go all in, as they call it. So I think that's something to keep in mind. Very, very interesting perspective to keep in mind as well as move forward. By the way, it looks like, according to Woj, the Rondo Lou Williams deal is a done deal. All right. Rondo Lou Williams is a done deal. Yes, the Hawks are trading Rajon Rondo to the Clippers for Lou Williams, according to Woj. So Clippers are also sending 2 future second-round picks to the Hawks in the deal. That's a very interesting deal for 2 reasons. One, because Lou Williams was a very important player for the Clippers offensively when Paul George and Kawhi Leonard have not been on the court. So what, in many ways, the Clippers are telling you that they value defense moving forward more than offense. That is very telling because as you go into the playoffs, think about the NBA standings right now. With the Lakers dropping in the standings, we know that the Clippers are a team that is in a prime position to get one of the top 3 seeds. They and the Suns both have 29 wins each. The Lakers are going to keep losing games. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lakers lose 8 of the next 10 games. They just, you can tell how lost they are without LeBron and AD out there, especially without LeBron. So if we're assuming that the Lakers are going to drop, the Nuggets are going to start moving up because they got Aaron Gordon. I think that will help them a little bit. The Blazers, they got Norman Powell. Be interesting to see how that fits in. The Clippers and the Suns are basically fighting for that 2 seed right now, as long as the Jazz hold pole position. And the Clippers are telling you, we need defense. We're 5-5 in our last 10 games. If you're trading Lou Williams, That must be Ty Lue's influence, because Ty Lue must be telling the organization, we got to get our defense in check because we're going to have a chance in the playoffs. We need playoff Rondo. That's what they're saying to you. And it's not the Clippers are a bad defense. You know, the Clippers and the Sixers are almost identical defensively, statistically right now. They're both allowing almost the same exact points per game. Their defensive PER is similar. Points allowed per 100 possessions, about the same. So the Clippers and Sixers are similar defensively. We just typically think the Sixers are a better defense because we see them a lot. But Clippers adding Rondo, I think, is a big deal. All right, let's get to some more of your guys' comments and messages. Of course, the text board is open, 609-403-0973. All right, so I got to run down. For those who are listening, you don't get to see the full brunt of conversations on the stream that we got here. We got some good ones today. So it started a few minutes ago, right around when we were going to break. All right. Joshua Stewart on YouTube. Man, easy for me to talk today. Hey, it's Thursday. Anyway, he says, I'm hearing we can't acquire Boogie Cousins. That started a conversation about bringing in Boogie. And first of all, Josh Stewart's idea doesn't make poor sense because, number one, remember, you just unloaded Tony Bradley and Vincent Poirier. So you unloaded two of your backup big men. So in context of the George Hill trade, where you traded Bradley, you traded Poirier, it makes sense. Okay? It makes sense that you went ahead and Boogie would be a player out there because he is a free agent. Now, the best part is Jeff Bone and Pookie, who always listens to the show, always chimes in. He says, Boogie Cousins ain't worth it. He goes on to say, dude is too injury prone. Now, Jeff, you are correct in the terms of in the last few years, Boogie has been injured. But remember, the Rockets didn't release him because of injury. The Rockets released him because the Rockets decided they were just going to tank. All right. If you have watched the Rockets, they are the biggest abomination in basketball right now. They are a complete and utter embarrassment. The fact they won a game recently is a miracle. Absolute miracle. They're 1-9 in their last 10. They lost, 17, 18 in a row at one point. And a big part of that was they got rid of Boogie. So he's not in Houston because he's injury prone. He's not in Houston because of the fact that you have a guy that they just were like, look, you're actually playing too well. Which is something to keep in mind. Boogie Cousins actually, since he came back from his latest injury, has played well. Down in Houston, first of all, I loved watching him and John Wall together. That was so much fun. It's a shame that they didn't last longer than like 25 games. But Boogie was scoring just under 10 points a game. He was averaging almost 8 rebounds a game, under a block per game, a couple assists, shooting 33% from three. So you're not going to ask him to do too much three-point shooting, but he showed you that he can be an effective player. By the way, he's shooting 75% for the free throw line. Can you imagine a lineup down the stretch where it's Embiid, Boogie, Simmons, Harris, and George Hill, or Seth Curry or Danny Green? And by the way, people forget, Boogie for his career averages a block a game. So he does play a little defense, especially when he finally got out of Sacramento. He started really picking up the defense. A couple more comments on here on the YouTube channel. Shout out 407 with a big S as his logo. Or is it icon? Or is it avatar? What are we calling these things these days? Is that a logo or is that an avatar? Let me know. Let me know in the comments over there. But shout out 407 says, we got to keep Danny Green, Tyrese Maxey. Listen, I'm for keeping those guys because I agree with other people. I value what Danny Green brings to the table. as a leader, as a locker room guy, veteran experience. The dude's got rings with 3 different teams. He won a championship with the Spurs. He won a championship with the Raptors. He won a championship with the Lakers. You can't replace that. And I like Maxey's potential. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I'm not backing off of this. I think Maxey's potential is greater than Lonzo Ball. Just my personal opinion. So I'm with you. Shout out 407. I think that's a good one. Now, Jeff Bone and Pookie brings up an interesting point, and it's not specifically about the trade deadline, but it's about the Sixers in general. He says Sixers should have never gotten rid of Jimmy Butler. So let's rewind the clock a little bit. The Sixers didn't get rid of Jimmy Butler. All right. That's a little revisionist history. What happened is that Jimmy Butler had told multiple people if the Sixers would have offered him the maximum number of years, he would have re-signed. The Sixers didn't offer him the maximum number of years. Now, there's a lot of chatter, whether we believe it or not, that Brett Brown and Ben Simmons were not on board with the idea of bringing back Butler. And that there was some conjecture that if Butler would have come back, it would have signed the beginning of the end for Brett Brown. Now, as we found out, Brett Brown got fired a year later, so it didn't really matter. Jimmy went to Miami because they offered him everything he wanted contractually. And he liked the culture that Pat Riley sold him. Because remember, Jimmy's a big competitive guy. He is an old school player in many ways. There's a reason why he was cussing out Karl Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins in Minnesota. And it wasn't because he's a mean guy. It's because he says, you guys are more talented than me and you're lazy. Jimmy Butler came to Philadelphia and he was confrontational. He has trouble with authority a little bit, okay? If he doesn't respect you 100%, he's not on board 100%. He respects Eric Spoelstra more than Brett Brown. He respected the front office of the Miami Heat with Pat Riley more than what the Sixers were selling him at the time with what would become Elton Brand, and then a year later, now it's Daryl Morey more so in charge. But he wasn't sold. And it is what it is. He's gone. So Sixers didn't get rid of Jimmy. Jimmy left. Now, of course, back to the Boogie thing. Josh Stewart chimes in and says Boogie should be healthy. He hasn't played a lot of games this year. He won't be getting a lot of minutes. Yeah, you're right. And actually, he might play next to Dwight. There might be situations where you can give Tobias Harris a rest and you could play Dwight and Boogie next to you. Because Boogie is kind of like a stretch big at this point. Even though he's not a great three-point shooter, he is a bit of a stretch big. Let me double check what his three-point shooting was before this past year. Yeah, a couple of years ago, he shot 35% from three, 36%. This year, he shot 33%. So he can give you a bit of a stretch option. He can do a little. Realistically, his three-point shooting is not the best thing he does. That mid-range game is actually really underrated with Boogie. Let's get a couple more comments in here from the stream. Shout out 407 says Jimmy Butler didn't want to be in Philly. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of a stretch to say Jimmy didn't want to be in Philly, but Jimmy was very specific in saying, I want a certain amount of contract security. I want a certain amount of financial security. I got to find the cut. I read this cut years ago. He said on the Chris Haynes podcast that he didn't want to play past a certain age because it's just kind of how he viewed life. And listen, if your perspective is you want to maximize your NBA career and then you want to get out, then that's you. I mean, Jimmy Butler said he didn't want to play past the age of 35. So if he gets a contract that gets him to 35, then he's done. Then, that might be part of it as well. I'm finding as time goes on, the Jimmy Butler situation in Philadelphia, I'm getting the vibe is going to become like one of those like legends, like one of those things where it's like the myth of Jimmy Butler in Philadelphia becomes bigger than what actually happened. Like it's like a wives' tale or any of those things where it's like, as time goes on, that story is going to become more and more. It's like a whisper down the lane. It's going to get changed as we go along. Now I'll just have to keep reminding people about it because I was 100% invested. I was a guy who was like, Jimmy Butler, I am on board with Jimmy Butler. I loved Butler with the Sixers. I was unhappy when he left. I understand why he left. I understand all the details now, but at the moment, I was like, I don't like that too much. By the way, shout out to Jeff Bone and Pookie. I mean, this guy watches our shows every day, so we appreciate guys like Jeff Bone and Pookie. We got Josh Stewart watching. We got Shout Out 407. We got Michael. We got Thea. We got a bunch of people watching the show. We appreciate all of you guys watching here on 97.3 ESPN. Again, Sports Bash this hour being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia wants to get you approved today. We are live in the Matt Black Kia studios. For more details, go to mattblackkia.com on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. We'll get to more of your comments throughout the show. Again, we are minutes away from the trade deadline, approximately 15 minutes. Again, trades can still happen after 3 o'clock if negotiations are still ongoing. The latest deal I'm seeing is that Rondo to the Clippers, Lou Williams to the Hawks. There's a lot of conjecture that Kyle Lowry is going to be a Miami Heat. And if you believe the conjecture out there, the Miami Heat are giving up a lot to get him. Apparently part of the hang-up right now is Tyler Hero, which is surprising because you have to wonder how much of what we've seen from Tyler Hero was a byproduct of a couple of different things. So the three names that are still out there, the big names, are Kyle Lowry, Lonzo Ball, Victor Oladipo. The Rockets previously said we're not trading Oladipo. Now it looks like they might trade him because he is going to be a free agent. Lonzo Ball going to be a free agent. I would expect the Pelicans to trade him somewhere. Kyle Lowry is going to Heat. I love this. How about this for some rumor mill chatter out there? The Lakers offered a package for Kyle Lowry, and the Toronto Raptors said no. Well, you don't want KCP? Come on. All right, we'll get more of your comments as well on the other side. 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, where you can watch the show. You can comment as well. 973ESPN.com for all the details how to watch the show.
Hey, South Jersey, this is Billy Schwein. Tune into The Locker Room every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN. Each weekend in The Locker Room, you will get passionate sports talk from a fan's perspective, along with interviews with some of the biggest names in sports. That's every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon in The Locker Room with me, Billy Schwein, on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, because nothing could be finer than talking sports with a Schweiner.
It's March, and that means Wing Madness at the Piccadilly Inn. Head to the Pick to make your picks. Whether it's South Jersey's best wings, tails, or ears, let them know you're sauce champion. All 8 delectable flavors are going head-to-head to battle for number 1. Visit them on Facebook or at Piccadilly.com for their Pick Game Specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in today's lineup at the one, the only Piccadilly Inn on Route 206 in Chemung.
The Piccadilly Inn.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/investing goals to get started today.
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, both a registered broker-dealer and investment advisor, member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured or not bank guaranteed and may lose value.
Hey, sports fans, it's JR from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got some real exciting news. We've just uncovered huge information on this pro basketball matchup tonight between Philadelphia and LA. I'm going to leave the winner free of charge right now on my famous 30-second recorded message. Call this number right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE for this huge blowout winner in pro basketball tonight between Philadelphia and LA. Guys, don't miss out. Call the number, listen to the short message, and take this one to the cashier's window. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733 for the Philadelphia LA winner on a recording. 800-499-3733 and check us out at wagerpro.com.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel teaches you conversations that you will actually use. With 14 languages and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com.
If you're a business owner, you don't need us to tell you that running a business is tough, but you might be making it harder on yourself than necessary. Don't let QuickBooks and spreadsheets slow you down anymore. It's time to upgrade to NetSuite. Stop paying for multiple systems that don't give you the information you need when you need it. Ditch the spreadsheets and all the old software you've outgrown. Now is the time to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle, the world's #1 cloud business system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control over your financials, HR, inventory, e-commerce, and more. Everything you need, all in one place instantly. Whether you're doing $1 million or hundreds of millions in revenue, save time and money with NetSuite. Join the over 24,000 companies using NetSuite right now. Let NetSuite show you how they'll benefit your business with a free product tour at netsuite.com/radar. Schedule your free product tour right now at netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
If you own a small business, you know how hard it can be to find new customers. Now, Town Square Media has new tools that can help your business stand out and grow. Go to getlocalcustomersnow.com for a free competitive analysis that will show you what other businesses are doing to find new customers and how you can do it too with Town Square Media. Be one of the first business owners to sign up and receive $500 in free advertising on this station. Start growing your business today. Visit getlocalcustomersnow.com. That's getlocalcustomersnow.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
I don't think that I can put money over my happiness. I don't think I can put basketball over my happiness. Like, I've learned that over the years. I got to be happy if I want to play basketball at a high level anyways, and then worry about a payday. But with that being said, the way that I move and the people I have around me, I want to make sure that they happy too. They got families to take care of, and they have jobs wherever I go. So it's kind of like, you know, are you good here? Are you good here?
That was Jimmy Butler on the Chris Haynes podcast a couple of years ago talking about what was important to him in free agency. Listen, there's a narrative out there that Jimmy Butler, he had to get out of Philly or Philly didn't want him. Listen, Jimmy Butler is different than the regular NBA player. He's not the regular NBA player. He is not at all. So this idea that we're placing, all right, really, really quick sidebar before we get back to some of this. We tend to put athletes in these categories. We tend to put them in these monoliths. Like everybody thinks like this. Everyone does this. If one guy steps out of place or one guy acts a certain way, it doesn't mean everyone is like that. That's why one of the things I like to do on Twitter is if I see something good happening in the world, I like to let people know. Be like, hey, this guy's doing good stuff. Hey, this guy's not like everybody else, because not every athlete is like the other. Jimmy Butler is a way different person than Ben Simmons. And Ben Simmons is a way different person and player than CJ McCollum. And CJ McCollum is a way different person than Anthony Davis. And I can keep going on a lane, but we tend to lump guys onto these categories. So I know as time goes on, there's going to be a narrative put out there about Jimmy Butler. And I don't think it's fair. I think that we gotta have a little context. So we will see. All right, we will see what happens. Again, the trade deadline is just minutes away. We will have Brandon Scoopy Robinson, NBA Insider, coming up at 3:20 for Inside the Sixers because, listen, a lot's going on right now. And I feel like more is going to pop off. We haven't seen Lonzo Ball traded just yet. The Raptors just made another trade. They're sending Terrence Davis to Sacramento for a future second-round pick. It seems like the Raptors are opening up roster space to make the Lowry trade happen. And it looks like it's going to be the Miami Heat. So, listen, basically, when you woke up this morning, Kyle Lowry is either going to end up a 76er or a Miami Heat. And it looks like he's going to the Heat. So, I know for some people it's disappointing, but George Hill is not a slouch. George Hill is not a pushover, right? George Hill is a good player. He's a guy who could be a contributor to a team that needs contributors. So, again, Brandon Scoopy Robinson at 3:20 for Inside the Sixers. Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports NBA at 5:30. And, of course, we will talk Eagles and Flyers in between football at 4 with Andrew DiCecco at 4 p.m. 4:40, Kevin Durso will join us to get more into what's going on. The Flyers are back in action tonight. I'll get to more of your comments. I see Paul. I see Josh Stewart. I'm going to get to you guys' comments on the other side as well. Again, a lot of talk coming on today. I love all the feedback from you guys out there. I also see Tom in the Villas. He's got a text at 609-403-0973. So we'll get to all you guys coming up on the other side. Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill at Josh Hennig on Twitter on 97.3 ESPN FM. Again, no game night tonight because I'm on from 2 to 6. We get the Best of the Sports Bash from 6 to 7. And then Flyers, hockey at 7. And then Sixers versus Lakers at 10 p.m. tonight on 97.3 ESPN FM.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Here's Simmons into the lane. He ducks on Nerlens Noel. Ben Simmons with a stuff in traffic.
The Sixers are in L.A. to face the Lakers. Tonight, coverage begins at 10 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN.
Termite season is quickly approaching. Is your home protected? Whether you're renovating or getting ready for spring, stop termites, mice, and ants in their tracks. Visit VikingPest.com for a pest-free home. That's VikingPest.com.
It's the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event at Rossi Honda. What better vehicle to put in your garage than one of the 3 best 2021 SUVs on the market? Lease a Honda HR-V LX for $99 a month, or get the Honda CR-V EX for $229 a month. Put the Honda Pilot EX in your garage for only $279 a month, or 0% APR up to 60 months, with free oil changes for up to 5 years. At Rossi Honda, we treat you better, period.
See dealer for details.
What's in store this week at Staples?
A big deal on ink. That's kind of a big deal.
Staples has the technology, furniture, and supplies you need for a totally productive workspace.
And right now, you can earn 40% back in Staples rewards when you purchase any 2 ink or toner cartridges.
Shop in-store or get same-day delivery powered by Instacart.
Ends 3/27/21. Limit 4 in-store and on Instacart only. Visit staplesconnect.com/ink rewards for details. Instacart delivery subject to availability. Additional fees may apply.
Listening to this Allstate commercial about savings might be the hardest thing about getting those savings. Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum reward.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. DriveWise is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Sweet 16 has arrived, and the time is now to start using PropSwap, the #1 app to buy and sell sports bets. Many prop swappers have been buying and selling Loyola Chicago tickets all year and pocketing thousands of dollars, and the winning keeps on coming. Last week, a seller prop swapped his $60 Loyola ticket into $5,000. So don't miss out. Go to PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/investing goals to get started today.
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, both a registered broker-dealer and investment advisor, member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured or not bank guaranteed and may lose value.
When you place a wager with William Hill Sportsbook, every sports moment becomes even more interesting.
And we have a special offer to help you bet on all your favorite sports, risk-free. Download the William Hill mobile app, and when you sign up, you can get started with a risk-free bet of up to $500. Use promo code RADIORF. Must be present in New Jersey. 21 plus only. Terms and conditions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit 800gambler.org. Let's make it interesting with William Hill Sportsbook.
You ever lie awake at night, can't sleep, not wanting to see what time it is because that's just going to keep you up? Tonight, try ZzzQuil Pure Z's all night. Unlike other sleep aids, our extended release melatonin helps you fall asleep naturally and then slowly releases so you stay asleep longer through the night. It's non-habit forming with no next day grogginess. ZzzQuil Pure Z's all night so you can fall asleep and stay asleep. Available at retailers near you.
There's nothing worse than overhype. So we won't go overboard telling you how Taco Bell's Quesalupa is back with its cheese stuffed shell. We'll skip the Quesalupa air shows and making a statue in honor of how there's cheese in every bite. Marvelous. And we won't send one to the moon. Quesalupa has landed. Instead, we'll pass on all the fanfare and just tell you Taco Bell's Quesalupa has returned, and we think you'll like it. At participating locations for a limited time.
Dorothy Roofing, it's a heart and a brain thing. Call 1-877-97-KEVIN. Wizard quality comes with DorothyRoofing.com.
South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, me too.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, 3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Officially, the NBA trade deadline is here. So as per protocol, if a team is not currently working on a deal, you are out of luck, which includes the New Orleans Pelicans. No Lonzo Ball deal came to fruition. Lonzo Ball is staying in New Orleans. He will hit free agency, and he will be overpaid by somebody in free agency because that's the NBA way. Less than 20 minutes from now, we'll talk with Brandon Scoopy Robinson, NBA insider, as the NBA trade deadline is looking like it looks like the Raptors are in negotiation with somebody to trade Kyle Lowry. Lowry is getting traded to who exactly? Listen, there's a lot of assumptions that it's the Heat, but there's also some conjecture it could be the Lakers. So that news can still come down any minute, but it looks like as of right now, the Sixers are done with the trades. Also, there's news coming down that Andre Drummond will get a buyout, so he'll hit the buyout market, according to Chris Haynes of Yahoo Sports. There currently are discussions as of 4 minutes ago about JJ Redick being traded to the Mavericks. So the idea of Redick hitting the buyout market and joining the Sixers might be just a lost dream. All right. So we will keep you guys updated on what is going on here on 97.3 ESPN. But looks like as of right now, the deal for the Sixers is just George Hill. And if they add anybody else, it would be via basically the buyout market. So the 3-team deal between the Knicks and the Sixers. Again, just pop it up on the screen for you guys watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. George Hill is going to the Sixers. Tony Bradley is going to Oklahoma City. Terrence Ferguson is going to the Knicks. You also have Austin Rivers going to the Thunder. You have Vincent Portier going to the Knicks. The Sixers are taking in Brazdeikis. I got to find a pronunciation code for that guy's name because that's going to trip me up for about the next 2 days if I don't get that guy's pronunciation right. So, it doesn't look like the Sixers are getting Lowry. It looks like that Lowry is going to, if he does get traded, which again, if you are still in talks, teams can finish a deal after 3 p.m. But it looks like the Kyle Lowry to Sixers pipe dream is done. All right. Looks like that is completely out the window right now. It looks like it's George Hill, and then it might be a couple of buyout candidates. One of those buyout candidates might not be J.J. Redick, as right now there is talk that J.J. Redick is potentially being traded to the Mavericks, according to Shams Charania. So you won't get J.J. Redick. Andre Drummond looks like he is going to be a buyout candidate. No trade for Lonzo Ball. The Pelicans could not find a trade partner. They couldn't negotiate anything. The Raptors have made 2 minor deals to open up roster space, so the expectation is that they are going to make a trade somewhere to somebody when it comes to Kyle Lowry. So, and for those who are wondering, it looks like Woj's Twitter just crashed. So, good job, guys. Woj's Twitter, I think, crashed, so it's having trouble loading in front of me. So that's fun. It's always a good time. Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. Your comments also on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter as you watch the show here on 97.3 ESPN. If you haven't watched the show before, you can go check us out at 97.3 ESPN.com. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter every day. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Thursday. Still to come, Brandon Scoopy Robinson get more in the NBA trade deadline recap in about 15 minutes from now. A couple more of your comments here. On Facebook, Paul Westcott is watching. Paul, appreciate you watching the show. You say, we are the number 1 seed. We should not break it up, especially with Embiid not on the court. I don't want to mess up the chemistry we already have. We are good enough to make the finals now. Well, that's subjective, Paul, because in order for you to make the NBA finals, you got to beat the Nets. Now, are you good enough to get to the conference finals to play the Nets? Absolutely. I don't know if the Bucks beat you if you have Embiid on the floor, because that overtime could have gone either way. All right, so that overtime loss could have gone either way. I don't think the Bucks are unbeatable. If the Heat get Kyle Lowry, it definitely makes things interesting, but I think you could still beat the Miami Heat. The Nets are the juggernaut. The Nets are the team that's got to worry you if you're any team in the Eastern Conference. If you're the Sixers, the Bucks, the Heat, or any team that considers yourself a contender in the Eastern Conference, you got to look at the Nets and be like, is this team beatable with the players I have right now? And frankly, I don't know how many teams can honestly say that if they're at full strength. Now, we've only seen them at full strength for a handful of games this year. So whenever Durant comes back from his hamstring injury, whenever Kyrie is done having his ailments and his issues, I feel like Kyrie and Durant have had a multitude of nagging injuries that the Nets are just being overly cautious with them. And I think they should be cautious with them. Those guys are integral to you potentially winning a championship, not just this year, but in years to come. So I'm totally okay with them. They had to force James Harden to sit last night because apparently he injured his neck. And Harden is a gamer. The one guy that on that team that I never question anything with is Harden. Harden is a gamer. But the other two are incredibly important. And if those three are on the court, I don't know if the Sixers or the Bucks or the Heat can beat those guys as currently constituted. So I do think the Sixers are good enough to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, but maybe not the NBA Finals. And frankly, I don't think George Hill is the key. You might got to take a beating for a year to recalibrate and figure things out. Julian, watching on YouTube, says the Sixers need some buyout guys. I think that's where we're going at this point. It looks like that the only trade that is still lingering right now is the Lowry situation. Because remember, you can still keep negotiating a trade if you are still talking when 3 o'clock hits. That is the rule. So, there's a lot of conjecture out there of what exactly is still in the works. I'm going to assume right now that the Sixers are done with the trade market because I'm not seeing any more information or conversations. By the way, isn't it the most Philadelphia Eagles thing in the world? Joe Flacco gets introduced on the day of the NBA trade deadline. I mean, we'll get to the Eagles a little bit later, but let's introduce Joe Flacco on the NBA trade deadline day. I mean, the NFL has got the biggest set of you-know-whats on earth. I mean, they got a huge chutzpah when it comes to the rest of sports. They are like, we are in our own world. We don't care about you guys. Last minute trade that came in under the wire. Looks like Golden State is trading Brad Wanamaker to the Hornets. Okay, I got to double check that. I think that might be just a contract dump, according to Shams Charania. What is his contract? I feel like that might just be one of those like contract dumps, or maybe the Warriors are working on a separate deal on the side. Because you don't trade Brad Wanamaker. I don't know. Yes, that's $2.25 million that just got dumped off. Hey, maybe the Hornets will buy out Wanamaker. You want Wanamaker to the buyout market? Couple more comments in here. I Shine 101. He says, I would have liked the Sixers to have gotten Oladipo, to be honest. Now, I'm with you there, Shine 101. Listen, I know you're not crazy about Lowry, but I'm okay with the idea of Oladipo. I think the part of the reason why the Rockets kept Oladipo is because I think they're convinced that Oladipo can be part of their future moving forward. I think they think that they can convince him to stay long term. So I think that's part of it. But I would have liked to see Oladipo. Can you imagine a lineup in the postseason again? Embiid, Simmons, Harris, Oladipo, and Seth Curry. That would have been a nice combination, but instead, he's not a Sixer. Didn't happen. So, by the way, coming in under the ropes, speaking of Oladipo, Woj is reporting that he's gotten traded to Miami. Now, that's interesting, because if Oladipo went to Miami, then what does that say about Lowry? Did Lowry just not get traded potentially? I mean, that might be a possibility. By the way, it's official according to Shams Charania. JJ Redick is now a Dallas Maverick. So no buyout market addition for JJ Redick for the Sixers. Redick is going to the Mavs. Now, I'm not seeing what the trade compensation was for Oladipo. Man, I almost got to wonder, is that a situation where if the Heat walk out of this with Lowry and Oladipo, that would be massive. That would be wild. A couple more of your comments as you guys are watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I want to get to a text board comment that came in a little bit earlier at 609-403-0973. Tom from the Village chimes in and says, this George Hill trade is about as great as my day at work is going, but unlike the Sixers, I won't be getting an early exit. Well, here's the problem. And Tom, listen, we love you guys. You love you texting in, man. But I think you're being a little extra pessimistic when it comes to the Sixers, because as I mentioned earlier, when you look at the Eastern Conference standings, outside of the Nets, if all things are equal, who exactly is beating the Sixers in the first round? I mean, the Miami Heat could definitely challenge them in the first couple rounds. The Bucks are obviously a challenge, but I think the Sixers could beat both of those teams as far as we know right now. The Knicks haven't won. They beat the Knicks 15 straight games. It's ridiculous. Hawks, come on, don't be crazy. I mean, I love what Nate McMillan's doing down there. Celtics, they just on the firepower. The Bulls make the playoffs. That might be interesting, but interesting doesn't win your playoff series. So I think there's an assumption that the Sixers team may not be as good as they are. I keep looking around trying to see if I can get this compensation for you before we hit the break for Oladipo here. All right, Woj is reporting that Kyle Lowry is staying with the Raptors. So all that consternation for nothing. All that consternation for weeks of Lowry getting traded for nothing. The Raptors just dumped off a couple random guys for nothing. Wonderful. Good job, Raptors. Good job. I'm giving you a hand of applause for doing nothing. Look, I get that Kyle Lowry's arguably one of the best players in your franchise history, but you didn't trade him. You have to wonder, how much were they asking for? How much were they asking for if they couldn't move on from Lowry? And then the Miami Heat sell it for Oladipo. I mean, what the heck is that? Shout out 407 has an interesting perspective over there on YouTube. Says, I think the Sixers match up fairly well versus the Nets, barring getting a few decent buyout guys. Matisse and Ben can match up on 2 of their 3 guys, but they got to see who the last guy will match. Well, I'll tell you the third guy is Danny Green. As of right now, barring a buyout guy, as you mentioned, shout out 407, I think that the guys are Ben's on Durant. We all know that. That is not a question. Then you got to decide, is it Thibault or Green who has the challenge of Kyrie? Because Kyrie is the toughest matchup of those 3 because the Sixers don't have a speed perimeter guy. They have some phenomenal athletes who are very good defenders, but they don't have a speed perimeter guy. That's a totally different animal. So Ben would take Durant, and then I don't know who exactly takes Kyrie. I feel like Kyrie would have a very good game against either Danny Green or Matisse Thybulle, despite how good they are. That's my problem. I think that you can slow down the Nets, but I don't know if you can beat the Nets. I think the Nets still have to be the prohibitive favorite in the East if they're healthy. Let's get one more comment in here. Josh Stewart chimes in. Says, I would like to see Drummond picked up in the buyout market. He's a good fit behind Dwight Howard. I don't know. I feel like Drummond doesn't really fit this team. I feel him and Howard are too duplicitous. They're too identical. And I like what Howard brings this team more than Drummond at this point. I understand that guys like Whiteside are out there. Listen, if you're going to get another big man, that's why I'm okay with the theory that people have on Boogie Cousins. Because Boogie can at least shoot from the outside. It gives you another dimension. So that's why I would be okay with that. Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN, being brought to you by the brand new Matt Blatt Nissan. Yes, right. All new Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. Coming up next, inside the Sixers, we will talk with NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson. And, of course, more NBA tonight at 5:30. And, of course, your guys' comments, 609-403-0973, and watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. And shout out to Josh Stewart. Hit that like button and subscribe, people, at 97.3 ESPN on all social media platforms. We are streaming live here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of CLC. Listen to 97.3 anywhere you go in the world. All your coverage is the Sixers, Phillies, Flyers, and Eagles right there on the app. You can watch the show at 97.3 ESPN.com and YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. All right, more in the NBA trade deadline Sixers next.
Westwood One is your exclusive home for the 2021 NCAA tournament. It's only fitting that a season unlike any other comes to a conclusion in the most unique circumstances. From 68 teams down to 1, all in the same state. Every basket, buzzer beater, and bracket buster until a champion is crowned. Who will take home the title? Tune in to find out. All the excitement of March Madness right here.
The Sweet 16 this weekend, exclusively on 97.3 ESPN FM.
Looking to upgrade? Get to Boardwalk Honda. Take advantage of fresh savings during the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event. Right now, lease a new 2021 HRV LX all-wheel drive for just $89 a month for 36 months. Or lease a new 2021 Civic Sedan LX front-wheel drive for $119 a month for 36 months. Plus, browse our entire selection of pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have it all from store to shore. We're sure to have the vehicle you want at the price you want. Accord, Civic, CRVs, you name it, we have it. Plus, we work with all credit situations. Boardwalk Honda partners with over 25 top financial lenders, so we'll help you get approved and on the road in your new Honda in no time. Visit Boardwalk Honda today, located in Egg Harbor Township, or shop online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. Call us toll-free at 844-890-3390 for more details.
Leave your sister alone.
You're ready to get back into yoga, so you order the essentials. A non-slip mat, yoga blocks to keep balance, and an exercise ball. And you use your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping and up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards your most essential yoga gear. Noise-canceling headphones.
Welcome. Take a deep breath.
Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
What's in store this week at Staples?
A big deal on ink. That's kind of a big deal.
Staples has the technology, furniture, and supplies you need for a totally productive workspace.
And right now, you can earn 40% back in Staples rewards when you purchase any 2 ink or toner cartridges.
Shop in-store or get same-day delivery powered by Instacart.
Ends 3/27/21. Limit 4 in-store and on Instacart only. Visit staplesconnect.com/ink rewards for details. Instacart delivery subject to availability. Additional fees may apply.
Hey, sports fans, it's JR from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got some real exciting news. We've just uncovered huge information on this pro basketball matchup tonight between Philadelphia and LA. I'm going to leave the winner free of charge right now on my famous 30-second recorded message. Call this number right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE for this huge blowout winner in pro basketball tonight between Philadelphia and LA. Guys, don't miss out. Call the number, listen to the short message, and take this one to the cashier's window. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733 for the Philadelphia LA winner on a recording. 800-499-3733 and check us out at wagerpro.com.
Hey, it's me. You know, I lost my job and I've just been having a really hard time lately. I'm actually starting to worry about myself. I found this app, though, called the How We Reach coaching tool, and it's helping me reach out to my friends for support. Anyway, I was hoping maybe you could come over after your shift. I just need someone to be with me right now and help me sort out what to do next. Let me know, okay? All right, thanks.
Visit reach.gov to download the tool today.
Today, pros have to do whatever it takes. The Home Depot is here to make that easier. We've got the products you know and trust on our app, delivery options to get what you need exactly where you need it, and a delivery tracker that keeps you up to date on the status of your order, so you can keep doing what you do best, whatever it takes to get the job done. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Indeed knows unexpected demand can stretch your business thin.
Leon speaking.
Like at Leon's Plumbing.
Sorry, quickest we can get there is next Friday.
To stay out of hot water, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Of course, we have everything you need for that big brake job. Right now, you can save 15% when you buy any Duralast brake pads and any 2 Duralast rotors. It's a great way to save while you take on the full job. Oh, and one tip. Go for a nice, easy drive after you finish the job. It'll help break in your new brakes. For more tips, visit AutoZone.com/DIY. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Looking around your law firm, it's hard not to be proud of what you've created. A respected brand with 20 associates who give their all every day. You have what it takes to go big. Everything except a plan. How will you expand your footprint or increase revenue? Lexicon makes it possible. Lexicon is a legal services and technology provider with over a decade of experience helping law firms scale and grow while maximizing billable hours and maintaining client satisfaction. Call 855-4-LEXICON or visit lexiconservices.com/grow to learn more.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig here on Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. We will be joined momentarily by NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson to get more into the NBA trade deadline. He is just finalizing some details on information before he jumps on with us. Couple more updates on the deadline right now we got going on. So a couple of smaller trades came right in under that line. I told you, trades can happen after 3 p.m. if they're already in talks before 3 p.m. The Celtics are trading Daniel Tice to the Bulls. Mo Wagner is going to the Celtics. The Warriors are trading Marquise Chris to the Spurs. Chris goes with cash to the Spurs, which saves the Warriors on luxury tax for an injured player. So a couple of smaller moves coming in under the wire. I mentioned earlier Oladipo is going to the Miami Heat. Kyle Lowry is staying put in Toronto, which to me is the biggest surprise of all. I felt like the way the conversation was going, that Lowry had to have been traded, right? It just felt like that guy was going to be traded. And for him not to be traded, I think it's a huge, I think it's a letdown, really. Shams Charania is also reporting that the Miami Heat, so the deal for Oladipo is Avery Bradley, Kelly Olynyk, a swap of draft picks to the Rockets in exchange for Oladipo. That's an interesting trade there. I gotta say, that's a sneaky good trade, because what you're talking about is a guy in Oladipo who can play defense. He can still shoot. He's not a bad shooter. He can still shoot it he's not the player he used to be athletically because of the injuries, but I think it's a sneaky good move for the Heat. If the Heat were going to walk out of here with any move that wasn't Kyle Lowry, Oladipo feels like it was the move. I told you guys an hour ago, when the Rockets GM was like, we're not trading him, I was like, that's a strange, demonstrative thing to kind of come out with about 24 hours for the trade deadline. I look at sometimes when these GMs get on talk. Here's my recommendation. If you are an executive in any sport, don't talk before the deadline. If it's 24, 48 hours, just don't talk. Wait till after the deadline, because you don't know what team is going to come along and offer you a deal. You just don't. We'll be joined by NBA insider Brandon Scoop B. Robinson in just a couple minutes here. Running a little late, getting a little more details for us before he jumps on the show. Again, the Oladipo deal. So Oladipo is going to Miami for Avery Bradley, Kelly Olynyk, and a swap of draft picks. So that's the Oladipo compensation. Also, according to Mark Stein, LaMarcus Aldridge will be a buyout candidate, and he is expected to be pursued by the Miami Heat. So that's an interesting thing. So the Heat could end up with both Oladipo and Aldridge. Now, I'm not going to act like those guys are the players they used to be, but for a team like the Miami Heat that doesn't have a lot of talent depth, we saw what happened to them this year with COVID when they lost Jimmy Butler, when they lost Bam Adebayo, when they've lost Goran Dragic for multiple games. You're making these deals, you're getting these players, and you're not giving up Tyler Hero. You're not giving up Duncan Robinson. I think the Heat came out pretty out of all this. I think the two teams that if we had to isolate a couple of winners by the trade deadline so far, it's the Bulls and it's the Heat, because both teams are getting pretty good players. I think the Heat are bigger winners than the Bulls, because I think the Bulls maybe gave up a little bit too much to get what they end up getting, but they didn't give up anything to have to go out and get Lonzo Ball. So you have to figure that when you're looking at the situation when it comes to the Eastern Conference, the Bulls got better with Vucevic. The Heat got better with Oladipo and potentially LaMarcus Aldridge. I think the Sixers got better with George Hill. Celtics, I'm going to wait and see, because it feels like giving up Tice and getting Mo Wagner is kind of like a lateral move. Evan Fournier for 2 second-round picks feels underwhelming. I don't know. I'm not loving the Celtics for the deadline. The Knicks got some small pieces. Vincent Poirier. They got Terrence Ferguson. That's depth guys. They sound like Tibbs guys, honestly, right? A Tibbs guy, right? The quote-unquote Tibbs guys. Watch Terrence Ferguson get a bunch of playing time now. He didn't get any playing time with the Sixers, but he's going to go to the Knicks in like 20 minutes a game because he's the Tibbs guy. Totally sounds like a Tibbs guy. We will be joined by NBA insider Brandon Scoop B. Robinson here in just a moment. Again, our Sixers coverage here on 97.3 ESPN being brought to you by Trifecta Therapeutics in Glassboro, South Jersey's premier sports rehabilitation and physical therapy center, treating the pros and the Joes. Visit them online at trifectatherapeutics.com. Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get to more of your guys' comments and thoughts in just a bit. But joining us right now on the Boardwalk Honda hotline for our Inside the Sixers, right after the NBA trade deadline hit, a couple moves tricked in here. After the fact that joining us right now is Brandon Scoopy Robinson. My friend, how you doing today?
Tired. How are you?
So that's the first question. How much coffee have you drank today?
None. I'm not a coffee guy.
Okay, you're not a coffee guy.
I'm still adjusting my camera as I'm talking to you. Apologies. It's crazy. So I fell asleep about 3-4 o'clock this morning, and I got a text message from a guy that fills me in, and I'm scrolling on my other phone now. I got a text message this morning. Orlando, this was at 11:14 a.m. Orlando will be clearing house today. Fournier and Gordon are gone. I expect Porter to be flipped. Orlando's going for the nuclear option. And I was asleep. I woke up at noon. Woj had already tweeted it.
It happens, right? I actually saw Bobby Marks mention earlier to this morning. He mentioned that I forget what there was a big trade that happened a year or two ago, and he said he slept through the whole thing and missed the whole thing himself.
Wow.
So, you're in the same company with Bobby Marks. That's not too bad, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It's a long, arduous process. And here we are. The Philadelphia 76ers locally did get George Hill, who is, who was expected. He was kind of like their security blanket. And a little known fact, he shot 46% coming off the bench from Milwaukee. And I think that's going to help exponentially at the guard position. Kyle Lowry, was a guy that was on their depth chart as far as a want. Lonzo Ball was another guy as well that the Sixers were looking to move to get. But ultimately, Lonzo stays in New Orleans. The Bulls also were in the hunt, but they ended up getting better by fortifying the big man position and getting Nikola Vucevic. And here we are now.
All right, so let's start with you mentioned George Hill, but I think that pivots to another question. I think a lot of people are surprised that Kyle Lowry is still a Raptor. And you mentioned on your own Twitter, you said, listen, Houston came in last minute with a real competitive conversation, real competitive offer. It feels like for teams like the Heat and the Sixers, they were like, listen, we would like Kyle, but maybe what you're asking for is not what we're willing to give up. Is that accurate?
Yes. Many people thought that this was going to be a slow day. Many people thought that this was going to be a day of, not many moves, but, the Lowry situation is kind of similar to the Lonzo Ball situation and kind of similar to Chris Paul during the offseason, where you see that, people are in need for a valiant point guard who can legitimately guide this team deep into the playoffs. And, the Lakers were in on the Lowry situation as well. I tweeted this afternoon about that. It's a situation that it is what it is. George Hill is a good security blanket for them, specifically because, the Thunder are all in on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And you kind of saw that he would be special, particularly, during his time playing in OKC with Chris Paul. And that's kind of carried over. Actually, it really started in Los Angeles with the Clippers. If I'm not mistaken, he was on an all-rookie first teamer. And, he's done well. So, George Hill is a guy that, I think, coming from where he came from, I think he's in a good position to help lead this 76ers team.
And also for the Sixers, they didn't give up Thibault. They didn't give up Maxey. They didn't give up none of the guys that are real contributors. I mean, Terrence Ferguson has barely played at all this year. I mentioned before you came on, watch Ferguson go to the Knicks and play like 20 minutes a game, become a Tibbs guy. But in Philadelphia, you didn't give up a ton of guys outside of Bradley. So getting Hill was more than just you're upgrading your bench. You're also not getting rid of the guys who are also making this team competitive.
And you're adding, solid defense. The only knock that anybody has had on George Hill is missing those 2 free throws in the NBA Finals against the Cavs, or excuse me, against the Warriors. It happens. And, ultimately, though, I think George Hill was a good pickup. I also think Rajon Rondo going to the Clippers was a great pickup as well. I know that, the Clippers were in on the Lowry sweepstakes as well. And, they kind of gave up on that notion and, did what they needed to do.
Before we get to the Western Conference, I wanted to do a little whip around to the Eastern Conference teams of what we have left outside the Sixers, because obviously, even though the Sixers are the 1 seed, the Nets are the favorite in the East. So we all know that everyone is building or trying to set themselves up to try to face off with the Nets, right? So let's look at the Heat real quick. Oladipo, I think it's a good deal for the Heat. They didn't give up a ton to get him. And you think about a team with Oladipo, Butler, Hero, Robinson, Bam. That's a pretty nice lineup going down the stretch into the postseason.
Yeah, I like the Heat, and the Heat were, really all in on trying to make something happen. As I've told you over the last couple of months, not just that the Heat were surging, but, they're looking to add, either a Boogie Cousins or a LaMarcus Aldridge, and even an Andre Drummond. Cleveland, was looking to add pieces to their roster, and it's not a foregone conclusion, that they were just going to cut him so that he could be waived. It kind of, or cut him so that he could be signed elsewhere, or buy him out so he could go elsewhere. It seems that that's the thing now. But Cleveland were definitely a team looking to make moves, and Miami was a name that I had heard in the whole restructuring of their roster. But when you look at Miami, they were very, 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 very focused on retaining Tyler Hero and adding a point guard that could score but could also lead that team. They are the NBA's Eastern Conference champions, the reigning Eastern Conference champions. You make mention of the Nets and at large, but Miami's looking to get better, and now they're going to focus on the buyout market. Otto Porter Jr. could be a guy that could be bought out and looked at, as well as LaMarcus Aldridge and Andre Drummond as well.
Brendan Scoop B. Robinson joining us here on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline for Inside the Sixers here on 97.3 ESPN. As the NBA traded line is just about 36 minutes old at this point, and we're just kind of reviewing what happened. Let's bump in another team in the Eastern Conference. The Celtics, all right, you got Evan Fournier and you got rid of Tyson, you got Wagner. I mean, I feel this is like the most underwhelming situation for Danny Ainge, because I think anybody with 2 eyes can tell you that the Celtics outside of Tatum and Brown, if Kemba's not on the floor, they're woefully outgunned compared to a lot of teams in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I think the Celtics are definitely in an interesting situation. I'll tell you, during the offseason, the Celtics and the Houston Rockets did speak. And, there was a James Harden, discussion on the board there, and they turned it down. Kemba Walker was in that conversation. I know, that the Celtics tried to add point guard pieces and big man pieces during the offseason. And, Tristan Thompson was also another name that was on the board. They were looking to move, but they did get Evan Fournier, and, they added Mo Wagner as well. And I think that, they're just trying to make small little moves to just strengthen their roster. I mean, this is a team that, did lose to the Miami Heat in the NBA playoffs. And, this is a Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Miami Eastern Conference from my vantage point.
Now, you mentioned Milwaukee there for a moment. How surprised are you that Milwaukee hasn't added anything else since the PJ Tucker trade? I think they could have maybe added some more, but it seems like is it fair to say they're content? They're happy with what they got right now? Do they feel like maybe Drew Holiday missing time was part of it?
PJ Tucker is in a situation similar to Dallas during the offseason, where they made a move and brought in, James Johnson, the third, to be an enforcer. And I think PJ Tucker is that James Johnson for Milwaukee. You need rim protection. You need someone who can guard positions 3 through 5, and in a pinch can probably even guard position 2. He's a veteran. He knows his role. And Giannis and company, I think, are in a good position. I think we often leave Milwaukee out of certain conversations because everybody is so enamored by Brooklyn and Philadelphia. But yeah, that's what I think. I think at the end of the day, I do think that Milwaukee is in a good position, but you're still competing with Philadelphia and Brooklyn.
at Scoopy on Twitter. NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson joining us on the Boardwalk kind of hotline here on 97.3 ESPN. You mentioned Rondo a little bit ago. Let's jump over to the West here. I love the Rondo move for the Clippers because it's almost like the Clippers turning around and saying, we're this serious, because you look at the Western Conference, if the Lakers drop to a lower seed, you might have to play them in the early rounds instead of the Western Conference Finals if you're the Clippers. And to have Rondo instead of Lou Williams to me is a huge deal because Rondo, he brings so much to the table and he kind of fits with what Ty Lue wants to do out there as well.
Yeah, I think you bring up a very valid point about Rajon Rondo. I mean, that move to Atlanta, I spoke to someone during the bubble close to Rondo who shared that, he wanted to extend his role as a coach after his career was over in a way similar to Jason Kidd and what Jason Kidd did, and even Derek Fisher did. But ultimately, that Houston experience didn't work. I think this was kind of a situation, the Atlanta situation was an interesting situation because they didn't start off as well as many expected. And, they ultimately got rid of their coach and then brought in Nate McMillan. And I don't know that there was any issues with McMillan and with Rondo. But what I do know is that when it comes down to it, the Clippers were a team that were interested in Rondo during the offseason. And I think as much as, when you look at Rondo and what he brings to the table, this is a guy that was very instrumental in guiding the Lakers in the NBA Finals. And he moves across the hall, the Staples Center in Los Angeles. He's able to guide a team that he and Ty Lue and has a relationship. But also, I think one thing that you got to add is the buyout market. You have to look at what the Clippers did and what they could add could actually help. Number one, Andre Drummond is a guy that, many people think that it's just a Brooklyn, myself included, a Brooklyn, Los Angeles Lakers market. I think the Clippers, if he's bought out, are a team that could be interested in him and could make a deep run, particularly because you're looking at Anthony Davis's injury. You're looking at LeBron James's injury, and it's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to the finals. We'd like to see a Nets-Lakers matchup. Some people would like to see it. Some people would like to see Lakers-Sixers, but ultimately, the Clippers are still a team to be reckoned with, and they added a solid veteran presence in Rajon Rondo.
You mentioned the buyout market. Obviously, Drummond, you said, has a very specific market. But what about guys? We're hearing LaMarcus Aldridge can be bought out. We know Boogie Cousins is hanging out there. Are any of those guys potential options for the Sixers, or are there markets elsewhere?
I'm not sure as of now. I may actually take your advice and drink some coffee, but prior to the trading deadline, when I look at the buyer's market, the Nets and the Lakers were a team that had interest in Boogie Cousins, specifically the Miami Heat as well. The Boston Celtics would be an intrigue, but I like the Heat. I like Boston. We got to kind of see what the Nets are doing, as well as the Lakers. But when you look at LaMarcus Aldridge, he has a relationship with Sean Marks, them coming from the San Antonio Spurs system. Thiago Splitter is within the net system as well, so there's a relationship there, as well as Jacques Vaughn. But ultimately, I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be a very interesting market. I mentioned Otto Porter as well. There's a lot. Teague will be waived by the Orlando Magic, and there's a lot to consider there. So, yeah.
Is there any player or team that we have not discussed yet that either surprised you or you have some lingering questions about?
I like Portland's move to get Norman Powell. I like that move. I think I like the Portland Trailblazers. I like Damian Lillard. I like CJ McCollum. They need more scorers because you saw in the playoffs last year against the Lakers, they kind of went radio silent. Some of that was injuries to Dame. You got an insurance policy with Norman Powell.
My only concern with that trade is that Gary Trent was playing very well for them this year, especially when CJ McCollum was out. So you gave up a guy to get a guy kind of thing. It was almost like I feel like Powell is like better than Trent, but I don't know how much better. You know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean. Yeah. I like Gary Trent Jr. though too. I've seen him play some pretty tough games But yeah, it was an interesting trade. I to be honest with you, I would have liked, you talk about the buyout market. I'd like to see LaMarcus Aldridge return to Portland and help, because I feel like, you're waiting for Nurkic to come back. You're and this is me just saying from a basketball optics situation, not a what I've heard. In this situation, when I look at Portland, I feel like they've got a good solid machine with Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum and Carmelo Anthony. But when I look at that situation, yeah, I definitely think Portland is probably a dark horse in the NBA's Western Conference.
He is NBA insider Brandon Scoop B Robinson. He joined us here on the Boardwalk Kind of Hotline at Scoop B on Twitter. And of course, he, like all guests, appear on the Boardwalk Kind of Hotline. Brandon, I appreciate you jumping on. I know it's a crazy, crazy day. When it comes to coffee, I have mine over here. I recommend the dark Cuban roast. That's my personal choice.
I like it. I might take you up on that. A little oat milk or almond milk and call it a day.
Now that's an interesting choice. Oatmeal, almond milk. See, I'm just straight black with a little sugar. That's how I go.
I like it.
I'm very simple like that. I'm not very complicated. I'll leave the fashion to you, my friend.
Oh boy, here you go. Brother, thank you for always giving me the opportunity to be myself.
I always appreciate you jumping on. Go jump back on your phone so you can get some more scoops, okay?
Yes, sir. I'll talk to you.
All right. He is at Scoop B on Twitter and Instagram is where you get the full Scoop B experience. And as all guests, he appeared on the Boardwalk Kind of Hotline here on Inside the Sixers, being brought to you by Trifecta Therapeutics in Glassboro, South Jersey's premier sports rehabilitation and physical therapy center, treating the pros and the Joes. Visit them online at trifectatherapeutics.com. We'll get back to your thoughts over at 609-403-0973 and all of you watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm seeing a lot of names drop. I see a lot of names all on the side of the screen. For those you don't know, it's on the right side of my screen. I see all your comments coming in from Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm seeing a lot of people asking about Boogie Cousins, LaMarcus Aldridge, Wayne Ellington, Andre Drummond. Seeing a lot of names here. Okay, so we'll get to all you guys' comments coming up next as we wrap up the 3 o'clock hour here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app for all your Sixers, Phillies, Flyers, and Eagles coverage, powered by First Bank of Seattle City.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Here's Simmons into the lane. He dunks on Nerlens Noel. Ben Simmons with a stop in traffic.
The Sixers are in L.A. to face the Lakers. Tonight, coverage begins at 10 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN.
Termite season is quickly approaching. Is your home protected, whether you're renovating or getting ready for spring? Stop termites, mice, and ants in their tracks. Visit VikingPest.com for a pest-free home. That's VikingPest.com.
On some models, excludes Corvette with GMF financing, excludes prior sales. See dealer for details.
If you've been waiting for the best deal you can find on a brand new Chevy, then your wait has paid off big time. Right now, during Bennett Chevy's March Markdown event, you can save up to 25% off many of our most popular models. That's right. With Bennett Chevy's famous GM supplier employee pricing, plus you keeping all the rebates, that's up to a whopping 25% off MSRP. Plus, for a limited time, there's 0% financing available on our hottest Chevy models. Got an old beater? Get it to Bennett for an unbeatable $7,000 minimum towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $7,000. Imagine what we'll pay for a good trade. And our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So buying at Bennett's always a pleasure with no need to negotiate, plus there's never any sales pressure. Get to Bennett Chevy during our March Markdown event and find new roads. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
You decided to upgrade your outdoor deck. So you ordered the essentials: a power washer, a set of patio chairs, and a shiny new grill. And you use your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping and up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards your most essential deck addition, a bird feeder. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Set your sights on spring at the JCPenney Spring Style Event. Hurry in and save now on the season's newest looks in apparel and home. Get up to 40% off select women's and men's spring fashion and dress your best everywhere you go. Need a home refresh? Enjoy up to 40% off home brands you'll only find at JCPenney. Use your coupon for an extra 20% off and bring it all home. So fresh and so new. There's lots to love at JCPenney. Offers and coupon valid through 3/31. Exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details.
Thinking about life insurance? Did you know in just a few minutes you can find the best price from up to 10 price competitive companies for free? You can with SelectQuote. For example, George is 39. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $22 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino, and believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 800-461-4545. That's 800-461-4545. 800-461-4545. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Always great insights from NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson. We'll get more NBA insights from Keith Smith from Yahoo Sports coming up at 5:30, because by then we're going to have even more details about some of these deals. Some of these deals really came in under the wire here. James Johnson was part of the J.J. Redick to Mavs deal. He's probably going to be a buyout candidate. I'm not reporting that. I'm just pure conjecture. Let's see here. What else came in under the wire? Luke Cornett is the guy who got traded to the Celtics in the Daniel Tice deal. That is such a lateral move, man. Let me tell you something. I feel like Danny Ainge completely failed the Celtics. I really feel like that. I mean, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are having historic years over there, and that's what you give them? You gave them Luke Cornett and Kevin Pritchard in the draft? Ugh. I mean, what a mess. According to reports, LaMarcus Aldridge will be bought out. There are a couple teams that are said to be the favorites. Miami is one of them, according to Shams Charania. Jeff Teague is expected to be bought out after the Celtics are sending him in the Evan Fournier trade. So some interesting moves going on around the NBA as we are talking here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, let's get to some of your guys' comments. As I mentioned, a lot of names are coming through. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Also get your comments on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter as you watch the show here on 97.3 ESPN. Trade deadline blowout show so far. Just so many of you want to talk about this stuff. I love getting your guys' reactions to all this stuff. Before we get back to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, text board at 609-403 chimes in and says, who is the backup center for the Sixers right now? Paul Reed. So technically, Dwight is the backup center. It's just Tony Bradley happened to be starting. He's technically your third center. That's why you traded him. So I'm assuming Embiid is going to be back sooner than later. We don't exactly have a timetable on when he's coming back yet. I'm sure when Doc speaks in a couple hours for the pregame media call, they'll have some more details. If you want more details on what he says, make sure you follow our Sixers team from 97.3 ESPN.com. Paul Hudrick will join us tomorrow for Inside the Sixers for our Friday editions of Sports Bash. Kevin McCormick, our beat writer for 97.3 ESPN.com, and Jason Blevins, our Sixers beat reporter. So we got the whole team over there. So we'll have more answers about what Doc Rivers says. Paul Reed's an interesting conversation because he was the G League MVP. He had a phenomenal year down in the G League. You have to wonder, what is his role down the stretch? I don't know. I'm not fully sure what Paul Reed's role is. He's definitely a guy to keep an eye on because if you don't get one of the buyout candidates that you want, that might be a guy. Like, I Shine 101 chimes in on YouTube and says, Boogie Cousins or Marcus Aldridge, we need another big. We lost 2, but really only played 1. Listen, I'm with Brandon on this. I think LaMarcus is not coming to the Sixers. I think that's a guy you might just rule out outright because I'm seeing multiple reports that the Miami Heat are on his list. Scoop B mentioned return to Portland. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Another team that might consider him is even the Clippers. So there's a handful of teams that could go out there. Obviously, the Nets and Knicks are always to be in the conversation as well. So I don't know about LaMarcus. So I like the idea of Boogie coming to the Sixers. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I like the idea of it. So that's a guy that I thought should come out there. Julian chimes in on YouTube and says the Sixers would get rid of Mike Scott. He does nothing. They need another bench guy. First of all, to say Mike Scott does nothing is an extreme statement. No, did nothing for this team. Terrence Ferguson did nothing. That's who did nothing. Mike Scott this year, he's not scoring a lot like he has in the past. He's only playing about 16 minutes a game. And part of it's because he's been injured half the year. So, to say Mike Scott does nothing, I think it's extreme. Probably part of the reason why he couldn't trade him because he hasn't got a lot of playing time. Murphy Brown says the Rockets front office is full of idiots. Sure. All right. We'll talk some more NBA coming up in the show, but we got football coming up next. The Eagles trying to steal the shine from the NBA today with Joe Flacco being introduced to the media. Plus, Flyers GM Chuck Fletcher spoke to the media as well. We'll get with his thoughts. Kevin Durso. We'll get back to the NBA as well. Yahoo Sports NBA Keith Smith joins us at 5:30. Jam-packed show, 2 hours to go. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN.
Coming up on the next edition of Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
You see where I'm headed? It's math. Desperation time. We're running out of people for the teams that need somebody. Atlanta 4, Cincinnati 5, Philadelphia 6. All would seem to me to be open for business. Who's coming up for a trade? New England? That's what Mel thinks. San Francisco? Maybe. Denver? The intrigue is running hot. Fascinating 5 weeks ahead of us.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
What do pickles, vinegar, sauerkraut, yogurt, kombucha, and sourdough bread all have in common? Yep, they're all fermented. And that means they all have major health perks. Fermented foods are beneficial for gastrointestinal health, which can support healthy digestion, weight management, and even mood and mental health. Since more than 70% of our immune system resides in our GI tract or gut, the probiotics in fermented food can increase our immune health. Start with a staple, sauerkraut, made from just salt and cabbage. It's full of probiotics and vitamins. It promotes good bacteria in our gut microbiome. The best choice, raw sauerkraut in the refrigerated section. Our gut health is vital to our physical and mental health, so let's make it a priority to eat more fermented foods. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
When you place a wager with William Hill Sportsbook, every sports moment becomes even more interesting. And we have a special offer to help you bet on all your favorite sports, risk-free. Download the William Hill mobile app, and when you sign up, you can get started with a risk-free bet of up to $500. Use promo code RADIORF. Must be present in New Jersey. 21 plus only. Terms and conditions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit 800gambler.org. Let's make it interesting with William Hill Sportsbook.
You decided to upgrade your outdoor deck. So you ordered the essentials: a power washer, a set of patio chairs, and a shiny new grill. And you use your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping and up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards your most essential deck addition, a bird feeder. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more-rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor.
Half man, half motorcycle.
If you missed a turn, there's always another turn. Take it to get back to the turn you missed.
Use your turn signal.
Progressive Motorcycle also presents Roadside Assistance. Progressive Motorcycle, for those who were born to ride. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/investing goals to get started today.
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, both a registered broker-dealer and investment advisor, member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured or not bank guaranteed and may lose value.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers,
It's good!
and Flyers.
Oh, big save by Carter Hart.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DiCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Latest edition dropped this morning. Adam Kaplan, Jeff Mosh, the latest on Joe Flacco, who was introduced to the media today. Also, you can catch on there the latest intel about the Eagles' defense, free agency, and more. Also, great Q&A on the podcast as well. But joining us every Thursday here on 97.3 ESPN is Andrew DiCecco, and his appearance being brought to you by Dr. Lyle M. Back for everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery. Go to iloveLyleBack.com or call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle M. Back, proud sponsor of Football at 4. And as all guests, Andrew appears on the Board Kind of Hotline. Andrew, how you doing on this Thursday? It might help if I actually hit the button for you to come on, Andrew. Sorry about that. I'll try it again. How are you doing today, Andrew?
I'm doing well, Josh. How's it going?
I'm doing all right, man. So, obviously, the NFL lives in their own little world because on NBA trade deadline day, Joe Flacco gets introduced to the Philly media. And one of the things I thought that stood out from what he said to the media today, I want to ask you about is, we've been having a lot of conversation about what the Eagles offense could look like this year. I thought the one comment that stood out to me a lot is when Flacco said that he looked at the coaching staff here, and that's what really led to his decision to sign here. I thought that was a very interesting insight for him to say, listen, I wasn't really coming here because it's the Eagles. I was coming here because of the offensive coaching staff. I think that's a very interesting statement by the new backup QB.
Yeah, interesting. I also don't know how much Joe Flacco really knows about the coaching staff. I think that's kind of a nice thing to say in an introductory press conference. But, I mean, I guess it does speak to the young nucleus of coaches that are there. They've all been successful in different areas that they've been. Nick Sirianni is a brilliant offensive mind, and he will be able to kind of help Jalen Hurts help him get implemented into a new system. Joe Flacco has been in a number of systems. So I think that having that versatility and that football mind and that experience is really going to help Jalen. And, it is an interesting signing, but I don't know how much of a quarterback controversy there will ever be with Joe Flacco. I don't know that he's ever going to really challenge whomever the Eagles have as a young quarterback in front of them. But I think it's a good signing and a signing that's going to really help the young quarterback.
Yeah, I love what you brought up about the fact he's played with all those different coordinators over there. I mean, he had Cam Cameron, he had Jim Caldwell, he had Marty Morningweg, he had Gary Kubiak for a year. When you come from that much background, I feel like Joe Flacco can walk into that quarterback room, walk in there, and if Jalen Hurts is looking at something or the coach is showing something, like I hated last year, Andrew. The stupidest thing to me was hey, Carson Wentz had a bad play. He walks to the sideline and he's talking to Nate Sudfeld and Jalen Hurts. Like, what are those guys going to tell Wentz? Whereas now when Hurts walks to the sideline, it's Joe Flacco, a guy who has literally played in every variation of the West Coast offense at this point.
Yeah, and that's a massive attribute that Joe Flacco is going to bring the Philadelphia Eagles in that locker room. What is Nate Sudfeld and what were Jalen Hurts really going to give Carson Wentz? What kind of feedback were they going to provide as far as what they saw on the field that you were going to get from a coach or something like that? I think when you have a veteran guy like Joe Flacco, he's a good in between to go, between Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. And I think that he's, like you said, he's battle tested. He's played the Super Bowl. He's been in a number of different systems, and just having that experience is going to be invaluable moving forward.
Now, you mentioned Jalen Hurts. Andrew DiCecco joining us for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Check out his latest article about Anthony Harris over at InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew, you mentioned Hurts, and someone asked me a question the other day, and I was saving this question for when you jumped on today, and that is, sometimes we have conversations as football people about what kind of quarterback is Hurts. So I want to ask you, in your evaluation of Jalen Hurts, is Jalen Hurts an anticipation quarterback, or is he a see it and throw it quarterback? And how does that affect his development becoming an NFL quarterback with the Eagles?
I think he's a see it and throw it type of quarterback, but you have to remember last season he didn't have that full offseason, and we've kind of spoke about that before, but it's so valuable for as a young quarterback, more so than any other position, to have a full offseason and get a preseason nonetheless. And he never really had that. So he was kind of thrust in there, and he was kind of playing out on instinct, I think, more so than having that polish to his game that he normally would have had in the preseason. So I think you saw a lot of his innate athleticism and certain the little subtle nuances of his game that he really needed to rely on, because he didn't have that sharp acumen to really fall back on from the summer and from OTAs and all those things. So I think he can ultimately change. I think the ceiling's there for him to become an overall quarterback, and that's why this is such an opportune time for him to really get to know a new coaching staff, have a quarterback like Joe Flacco help him, kind of expedite the process to learn the offense, and he gets to kind of learn from the ground up, just like everybody else. And now we're hopefully going to have a preseason, so we'll have that. But I mean, there's a lot to like when you see what Jalen Hurts was able to do without really having all the practice, that a lot of the veteran guys have had. So I mean, I think that the future looks bright for him.
Yeah, and I was a Hurts guy coming out of college because I loved his growth from being not a throwing quarterback to having 69% completion percentage at an offense at Oklahoma that required him to throw the ball way more than they had to at Alabama. And I think that he has shown the ability to grow. And those first 2 games, if you take out the throwaways, his completion percentage is a lot better than people give him credit for. So I see a quarterback who is getting better, who is improving. And I just think it's interesting because people are hungry. They want to know, Andrew, what to expect this year. And I feel like the right answer to tell them is, well, we got to wait and see because there's a lot of unknowns, but people still want some answers. So you're kind of like, I feel like we're all trying to weed through and try to figure out how to answer some of these questions, because at the end of the day, we don't 100% know what Sirianni's offense or Jalen Hurts will be in 2021.
Yeah, I would just say to those that, as hard as it is to do, you got to be patient. You got to kind of let things materialize, because like you said, we don't know what a system is going to look like, but we have to trust that the coaches and the system is going to be in place for Jalen and the offense, for that matter, to really thrive and to build around his strengths and some of the things that he's able to bring that, let's face it, a lot of quarterbacks can't do some of the things that he can do. He has an innate athleticism. I think that he can improve from a ball placement perspective and a velocity. He's got to deliver the football with a little bit more velocity and anticipation. But there's a lot of intangibles there to like with him, and it's, there's no reason not to believe that he's going to have those areas of his game. They're going to be markedly refined this offseason, and we're going to see the player that we kind of envisioned him to be, which is, like you said, in college he continuously got better. He worked on his game. He's a competitor. Those are the traits that you look for in a franchise quarterback, and he has that. Not everybody has that mindset, and it's kind of cut from the same cloth like that. So I mean, there's something to work with. There's a good foundation there with Jalen, and I do think that this coaching staff is going to get the most out of him.
Andrew DiCecco joining us here for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast on the Boardwalk kind of hotline here on 97.3 ESPN at a DiCecco NFL on Twitter. Now, you mentioned the term franchise quarterback. Now, I want to clarify that because people have different definitions of what a franchise quarterback is. So when you talk about what Hurts' potential can be, can you define that a little bit more? Because I don't want people to just take your words out of context here.
Right. And when I mean franchise quarterback to me means the face of the franchise. The offense runs through him. He's going to be a big game quarterback, someone who's going to put the game on his shoulders, a playoff, will a team to the playoffs and hopefully beyond. That's a franchise quarterback. Everyone else that doesn't fit that mold to me is more so just an average quarterback. They're not the face of the franchise. They're guys that are continuing. Teams are obviously looking to replace every season. And there's countless examples across the NFL of guys that fit that mold of just the journeyman or just the replacement level starters. And I don't envision Jalen to be like that.
I happen to agree with you, which leads me to my next question. I want to expand upon a conversation you and Mike Gill had on Tuesday's edition of Football at 4, because you mentioned the fact that you would take Justin Fields over Jalen Hurts, for example, in this draft. And I agree with that 100%. And part of the reason why I agree with you on that is not as much about Fields, but as much as the fact that when I look at Hurts and I compare him to Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, and Mac Jones, I just don't feel like those guys are so much better than what Hurts brings to the table. I feel like people look at Hurts and they say, well, he was a second round pick, and they almost like hold that against him. People forget, right, Andrew, that, listen, quarterbacks are drafted high all the time. I mean, do we remember guys like E.J. Manuel and Jamarcus Russell? Guys are overreached all the time. So just because one guy's a second round pick and another guy's a first round pick doesn't mean the first round pick is always better automatically than the second round pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes folks get enamored with the title of a first-round quarterback. But, yeah, it's great to be selected in the first round, but you ultimately have to – that's just the beginning of it. You have to take that skill and you have to continue to expand on that. There's countless examples of guys that were taken in the second, third, fourth. And you look at Tom Brady, obviously it's a classic example of someone who's taken in the sixth round. And it's all about improving your game and making the most out of your opportunities when you get that chance. And, yeah, he has that second round stigma, so to speak, but there's many people before last year's draft that thought that, and I was one of them, that anticipated him being a riser. I thought he was a top 50 player on my draft board, and it wouldn't have surprised me to see a team like the Patriots, who were interested in him. I thought that they would have been a sneaky pick to maybe take him at the back end of that first round. But, nonetheless, yeah, I think that, going to your point about Justin Fields, he's the only other quarterback that I can say, besides Trevor Lawrence, that is decidedly better than Jalen Hurts in nearly every and seemingly every facet of the game. Those other ones, yes, Zach Wilson and Trey Lance, they have intriguing intangibles, but they both come with question marks, just like Jalen. And throw them into an offense, and they're going to have the same struggles that Jalen had. And there's going to be the same questions about them going into the next offseason. So I think you really owe it to Jalen Hurts to really give him a chance to be successful. He really was thrust in there last season, and now he gets a full year to develop and take what he's learned and get rid of some of his old tendencies and really build upon that. And hopefully we'll see something of a finished product next season and have a better idea of what he is as a pro.
Yeah, and listen, it just is focus on the other quarterbacks for just a minute, aside from Hurts. It's not that I personally, like, for example, people like to poke fun of me because I was so anti Mitch Trubisky a few years ago. I was ripping him from here to Kingdom Come, just over the top ridiculously, but I felt very strongly about it. And I don't per se hate Trey Lance, for example, but I feel like he has limited amount of experience. I don't hate Zach Wilson, but I feel like the two shoulder injuries combined with the Coastal Carolina game are some red flags for me. And I have to wonder, is Mac Jones and guys like him and Kyle Trask, are they system quarterbacks? Are they byproducts of their system? So to me, that's my negatives with them. I don't hate those guys, but I just think if you already have Jalen Hurts, those three guys don't bring anything to the table that makes you turn around and say, I need that guy.
Yeah, that's like that would essentially be the equate to being a lateral move, because those guys are, I do think, in the mold of a Kyle Trask or a Mac Jones. I think they are byproducts of their system. And really, how much better are they right now as a prospect than Jalen Hurts is? That you can justify spending premier draft capital on getting one of those guys and bringing him in, and then you have another quarterback controversy. You're always doing that if you're getting a guy like a Justin Fields, who, like I said, is clearly better in all facets of the game. But outside of that, yeah, there's question marks with Zach Wilson. You mentioned the shoulder injury, and Coastal Carolina, they banged him around. When he played a tough defense, he kind of got exploited a little bit. And Trey Lance, he played one game last season, and the production wasn't there. And you would have liked to see him go back to school to really see him build on what he can do, because he does have a high ceiling. It just hasn't been consistent enough. And there's certain questions of his game that he needs to answer. But like I said, there's no clear cut guy outside of Justin Fields or Trevor Lawrence. So you could say, yeah, that guy has a franchise quarterback written all over it, and he's better than Jalen. So I think that they really should roll with Jalen Hurts and start to build around him and do things the right way.
Andrew DiCecco here, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, at DiCecco NFL on Twitter. His latest over at InsideTheBirds.com is a scouting report on the new safety, Anthony Harris. And that's where I want to go to on the defensive side, Andrew, because I know a lot of people, if you go by the mock drafts out there, everyone's basically projecting the Eagles to go either a wide receiver or some sort of offensive player in the first round, whether it's Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase. So that leaves the second round and the third and the fifth round picks to potentially be defensive players. And the first question I want to ask you is Asante Samuel Jr. That's a guy who I see a lot of Eagle fans throwing that name out there. The Eagles should get this guy in the second round. First of all, I want to ask you, will he be available in the second round? And if the Eagles were to pick him up, how would he fit onto this team?
Yeah, he would be available in the second round, right around where the Eagles are picking, I would say. And some people look at his size and they think slot corner. Yeah, that might be where he ends up in the NFL, but he can play on the outside. He's a scrappy, tough, physical guy. And you would feel a little bit more comfortable taking a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. because you get the sense that his dad isn't going to let his son be a bust by any means. He has that pedigree. So, but he's versatile. He can play inside or outside. He was a good man corner in college. That said, he has some limitations as far as size. And I think the Eagles, if you really look at Jonathan Gannon and the defensive backs that he's had success with, the Xavier Rhodes, the Rocky Sins, and players of that mold, they tend to be the 6 foot and above and have a lengthier frame, and they're physical. And that was why I would look at somebody like an Eric Stokes, a J.C. Horn at the end of the first round, should they decide to trade down. There's going to be a lot of guys at the end of the first, early second that are going to be in play. But that's kind of where I would stand with him. I think he's just a slot corner. No, but I think that he has limitations if he's going to be on the outside. And they already have a smaller corner in Avonte Max that they tried to pigeonhole as an outside corner, and it didn't quite work out. So I think that they really need to go into this with the mindset of get a prototypical size corner. There's a lot of really good ones in this draft, and you don't want to mess that up.
You mentioned J.C. Horn. He's a very interesting case to me as a prospect because he had some really huge flashes in college, but I'm not 100% sure what is his position in the NFL, because I feel like is he a corner? Is he potentially a safety? What do you think his potential is in the NFL? Because he's another guy that a lot of people are throwing his name out there.
Yeah, I think he's a boundary corner at the next level. Very, very athletic, good, terrific match mirror technique. But I would say that sometimes, and I really like that he has that alpha mentality, which is a lot of what the great corners, the Jalen Ramseys and and those type of guys, they have that mindset. And sometimes that was to his detriment. It can be to a defense's detriment. And sometimes that was to JC's detriment because he gets flagged. He's a little grabby. He gets flagged a lot, and that's not going to fly at the next level. So there's certain things that he's going to have to alter in his game because it's not going to cut it at the next level. But I mean, I do like his physicality, and he does fit that mold. I believe he goes about 6'1", 205. And that fits the Jonathan Gannon mold. So I mean, if they do decide to trade down, and they won't be able to trade down too far to get JC, because remember, Caleb Farley is going through that back procedure, so he's going to probably tumble out of the first round. So now it bumps up JC Horn as that second corner. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there.
Now the Eagles have 2 third-round picks, 2 fifth-round picks. They could stick with those picks, or they could trade up into the end of the second round. So who are some guys who would be available in the late second round or in the third round that the Eagles can target on the defensive side that makes sense for, as you put, Jonathan Gannon, what he wants to do with that defense?
Yeah, I mean, I would say Elijah Molden, the corner from Washington, would be a big one for me. And what he does is he kind of reminds me of Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger. And yeah, a lot of folks might be thinking they don't need a nickel corner. Well, they were looking at, they sniffed around the 49ers nickel corner, the 30-year-old, and so it made me kind of think that maybe they have plans to move Avonte Maddox to safety, and they can use this guy, Elijah Molden, who is pro-ready and a plug-and-play option right off the bat. That he can play all around the secondary and as a positionless type of player. So he's someone that I would look at. The defensive end, Rashad Weaver from Pitt, is another guy that I really like. The Eagles really need. They have Derek Barnett, who's a bit of an enigma. They have Brandon Graham, who's getting a little long in the tooth, and they have Josh Sweat, who's a little bit limited as the snaps that he can shoulder due to his injury history. So they really need to continue to get younger on the defensive end, at the defensive end position. I think that you look at Pitt's defensive line, and Jalen Twyman, the defensive tackle, he's another guy that I'm really high on. That the Eagles need help there. They can get him probably in the fourth round. But Rashad Weaver would be a nice play, a nice pickup in the third round.
Andrew DiCecco joins us every Tuesday and Thursday for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Latest edition with Adam and Jeff Mosher. Adam Kaplan will join us tomorrow on Football at 4 here on 97.3 ESPN. And as all guests, Andrew appeared on the Boardwalk on the hotline. Andrew, before I let you go, I am turning this into a theme with everyone who comes on. How do you like your coffee, and what is your coffee preference? I ask this because I'm finding myself more and more, if I do go out and get coffee, I'm getting either the Cuban dark roast or the 100% Colombian. So, if you go out and get coffee, where do you go? What is your preference? How do you like your coffee? I want some details here.
I like the Colombian. I'm kind of in that similar mode. I like my cold brew. And then depending on the day, sometimes I'll just drink it black. It depends.
Okay, so you're not one of these guys who likes the fancy drinks. I'm glad to hear that, because I'm always kind of
no.
I'm always kind of wondering, like if you ever, for example, if you ever go to Wawa or Starbucks and you see people with their orders, and you're like, are you getting coffee or are you getting French vanilla flavors with coffee? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sitting there. If I can't pronounce it, I'm not getting it. You know what I mean? I can't justify getting it. I'm a simple guy. I like my coffee. As long as it's strong, I don't really care.
I like that. If I can't pronounce it, I don't want it. That's the line of the day so far. He's Andrew DiCecco at DiCecco NFL on Twitter. And as all guests, he appeared on the Boardwalk Hotline. Great stuff today, Andrew. Have a good one.
My pleasure, Josh. Take care, man.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, Football at 4 is being brought to you by Dr. Lyle M. Back. For everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery, go to iloveLyleBack.com or call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle M. Back, proud sponsor of Football at 4. A lot of great stuff there from Andrew on the Eagles. He gave you a lot of good names there about guys they could target in the draft. The Asante Samuel Jr. conversation is very fascinating to me, because I feel like the more and more I see people online, there's a lot of people who like that guy, and it's hard for me to tell, do they like him because they actually saw him play at Florida State, or do they like him because they recognize the name and his dad played for the Eagles. Like, those are two different conversations, and it's hard for me to decipher. And I wanted Andrew's input because for me, watching him, and Andrew watches more tape than I do. I'm a college football junkie, right? But Andrew watches even more film than I do. And, when I talk to guys like Andrew DiCecco or, Emery Hunt, we've had on 97.3 ESPN, or when Greg Cosell jumps on with Adam and Mosher on the Inside the Birds podcast, when these guys comment on these guys, I always want to get their insight because, sometimes I see, like I said, people tweeting and saying things online, and I always wonder, what do you do? Like, how does this work? What is the reasoning behind some of the people that people like? And I want to know more in depth about what is going on with those guys, because I personally think Asante Samuel is a very interesting prospect, but I feel like his skill set is, I got to ask Andrew about this at another point in time, but I feel like his skill set is almost a little like a poor man's version, or a light, maybe not poor man, but like a light version of Charles Woodson. It's kind of like, he's not on that level in terms of as a defensive player, but I think that he's that skill set, that type of player defensively, where I generally think that Asante Samuel Jr. could spend the majority of his career, the first half at one position, and then finish at another position, kind of like what Charles Woodson and Rod Woodson did. So, and which is also what I think Darrelle Revis should have done. I think Revis could have extended his career. He would have played in more years at safety and not been so insistent at being at corner for as long as he did and trying to establish Revis Island and all that stuff. So, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We will get more in the Eagles conversation throughout the show. Also, don't forget, we got Flyers talk coming up with Kevin Durso in about 15 minutes from now. Chuck Fletcher spoke to the media yesterday. A player's been called from the taxi squad for today. What does that mean for tonight's game? What do we do with the Flyers moving forward? I have a lot of questions with the Flyers. I don't know what to think of this team fully right now. I don't even know if they're a playoff team anymore. I really don't know what to think of them. So we'll get into all of that with Kevin Durso, as well as more on the NBA trade deadline with Yahoo Sports NBA writer Keith Smith coming up at 5:30 p.m. tonight here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, where you get all your Sixers, Flyers, Eagles, and Phillies coverage. And you listen to 97.3 ESPN, all the shows, the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, Game Night with yours truly, the Locker Room with Billy Schweim, and of course, Flyers hockey right on the app. And don't forget, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, where you can watch the show. That's 97.3 ESPN. Or want to watch the show? Just go to 973ESPN.com.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Here's Simmons into the lane. He dunks on Nerlens Noel. Ben Simmons with a stuff in traffic.
The Sixers are in L.A. to face the Lakers. Tonight, coverage begins at 10 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN.
On some models, excludes Corvette with GMF financing, excludes prior sales. See dealer for details. If you've been waiting for the best deal you can find on a brand new Chevy, then your wait has paid off big time. Right now, during Bennett Chevy's March Markdown event, you can save up to 25% off many of our most popular models. That's right. With Bennett Chevy's famous GM supplier employee pricing, plus you keeping all the rebates, that's up to a whopping 25% off MSRP. Plus, for a limited time, there's 0% financing available on our hottest Chevy models. Got an old beater? Get it to Bennett for an unbeatable $7,000 minimum towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $7,000. Imagine what we'll pay for a good trade. And our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So buying at Bennett's always a pleasure with no need to negotiate, plus there's never any sales pressure. Get to Bennett Chevy during our March Markdown event and find new roads. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning makes it easy to upgrade to the most energy-efficient equipment. And for a limited time, Broadlee's is giving you a free furnace with the purchase of a high-efficiency AC system. 0% financing and rebates from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities and its clean energy program mean even greater savings. Don't miss out on Broadleaf's free furnace frenzy. Certain restrictions apply. Call Broadleaf's at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleafs.net, your trusted source for 3 generations.
Welcome back to the quickest podcast ever, brought to you by Kohl's. Today's topic, Easter. I'm ready to break out the bunny decor. Same. Kohl's has so many cute things. You can decorate pretty much everything, even Easter eggs. My family will be so excited. I got great gifts for my favorite peeps, too. Ooh, love peeps. Plus, I got Kohl's Cash and 15% off. I'm sold. One more thing. Get it in 1 hour or less with free store pickup. I'm gonna hop to it. 15% offer ends April 3rd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Hey, sports fans, it's JR from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got some real exciting news. We've just uncovered huge information on this pro basketball matchup tonight between Philadelphia and LA. I'm going to leave the winner free of charge right now on my famous 30-second recorded message. Call this number right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE for this huge blowout winner in pro basketball tonight between Philadelphia and LA. Guys, don't miss out. Call the number, listen to the short message, and take this one to the cashier's window. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733 for the Philadelphia LA winner on a recording. 800-499-3733 and check us out at wagerpro.com.
This is Cape May County Commissioner Len Desiderio. We are making progress in the fight against COVID. Please get tested and quarantine if you are positive to prevent the spread. Testing remains very important to our efforts. Everyone is frustrated by the slow supply of vaccine, but we are working with the state to get more doses to Cape May County, and we thank you for your patience. Make sure you are registered with the state at covidvaccine.nj.gov or call 855-568-0545 for personal assistance. COVID has used up so much of our patience, but we need just a little more. Thank you for all of your hard work. Now we have to finish strong, safely together.
Termite season is quickly approaching. Is your home protected? Whether you're renovating or getting ready for spring, stop termites, mice, and ants in their tracks. Visit VikingPest.com for a pest-free home. That's VikingPest.com.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Thursday on 97.3 ESPN, as we've been doing for months now. Joining us on the Boardwalk Kind of Hotline, JR. WagerPro.com, the Wager Pro app. He joins us. He's got another free pick on that phone line. Also some thoughts on the NCAA tournament. JR, how you doing on this Thursday?
I'm doing pretty unbelievable. A little disappointed that I got to wait till Saturday for the big dance again. I'm not really used to, I'm getting the itches here being it's Thursday. I'm so used to being in the office ready to make money on college basketball at this time during the year. But, look, bottom line is this, guys. We had a heck of a first and second round, hit every game in sight. The only game we lost was Liberty, but there was so many easy games out there. Villanova, Baylor, you name it. All we did was rake in cash for our clientele. And on fire, how about this? 17 of our last 19 games in the NBA have all won. I've got information on tonight's Philadelphia-LA game, guys. I love the matchup. I'm leaving it absolutely free on the recording right now. It's only 30 seconds long. The game is yours. Get it in. Make money in the NBA tonight with this play between the 76ers and Lakers. And let me carry you into the weekend and make you money in the tournament, too. 800-499-3733. You dial that toll-free number right now, listen to a short 30-second message, and I'm leaving the winner of the 76ers against the Lakers on the recording. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. free. The line opened up 76ers minus 4.5. It's gone as high as 6. Right now it's sitting at 5.5. I've got the winner locked up. And like I said, we're not charging you $1. It's free on a recording to build credibility so that you want to sign up and do business and let us make you money for the rest of the tournament and the rest of the NBA season. 800-499-3733. Give us a call.
Now, you mentioned the tournament. People can hear that this weekend here on 97.3 ESPN. Couple things stand out to me. Number one, before we get to these specific games, I'm noticing, JR, that a lot of the over-unders in these games honestly have been pretty off when it comes to the projection. So I got to think that, the advice that you guys are giving over at Wager Pro app and wagerpro.com, you guys must be smashing some of these over-unders, because I feel like these over-unders have been completely off for some of these games.
They haven't even been close. And you see a lot of that every year when you're at a conference, period, not just during the tournament, but the first 15, 20 games of the season, where under normal circumstances, if we didn't have a pandemic and we had all that out-of-conference play, the lines are always way off when they play out of conference, because the odds makers really can't put a value on a conference as opposed to teams within the same conference, which is why they nail it so close during the regular season. Now, last week you saw in the first round, especially the first round in game number 1 for every team, where they were ice cold in the first half. It was like their nerves, and it's the same thing we see every year. I know you asked me about it on the show last week, and it can't be more true that they're nervous. It's their first big game in this type of situation that they've been dreaming about their entire lives in some cases. So they get there and, they're just not feeling it until they get into a groove. And by the time we're halfway through the first half, normally they're starting to pick it up and you see a nice flow of offense. But, there are some teams that play the complete opposite and they just forget how to play defense. And we saw that with a couple of games that almost got even into the hundreds per team in some cases. So you're right. The odds makers are very confused when it comes to the totals on these games. We have been definitely taking advantage of a good portion of them, but I tell you, man, we've really made some scores on the straight up wagers as well. As you could tell, some of these lines have been way off. I mean, teams like North Texas and Abilene Christian didn't belong on the same floor with some of these teams, and we took advantage of it. In the first round, we see those upsets, but by round 3 and 4, like we saw last week, the upsets started to die down, and now here we are going into this week where round 3 and 4, we're going to just clean up. I mean, there's not going to be unfortunately, as many upsets out there in round 3 and 4 like round 1 and 2, but nonetheless, tons of money to continue to be made.
Couple quick hits on a couple of games. Let's start with one on Saturday, Syracuse versus Houston. Plus 6.5 for the Orange. Is Houston real? Is this a game that people should pay attention to?
The line really is right where it should be because, let's face it, Syracuse has overperformed in the tournament, but it's a team that's extraordinarily well coached, that has tremendous momentum, wind at the sails, if you will, and they're playing with house money going into the tournament, whereas Houston's coming in and, let's face it, they had a couple of really good games in the conference tournament, and once they got in, they had a rough first round. They did make the cut and obviously got through it, and here we are. Round 3 going against a really, really tough Syracuse team that throughout the season didn't seem so tough, but now all of a sudden, you got a kid out there in the coach's son that doesn't look like he could miss a basket whatsoever. But still, I think Syracuse kind of ran its course. Making it to the Sweet 16 is a huge celebration for that team. The public is betting Syracuse finally, which they did not in their first 2 matchups. And now in this one, I think that the favorite's going to run away with it. I'm looking for Houston to get some traction under them. That offense could be crushing. And I believe not only will they be able to keep up with Syracuse, but defensively, they'll shut Syracuse down. I look for them to win this game by double digits. When it's all said and done, it'll look tight in the first half. Syracuse may get off to a nice little run, but I expect Houston will wind up winning this game by 10 to 12 points, doubling the spread.
WagerPro.com, the Wager Pro app. JR joining us on Thursdays as he does each week here on 97.3 ESPN. One more quick thought on a game Sunday. Not very often you see 2 conference opponents playing each other, but we are going to see Oregon, USC in the Sweet 16. A very rare situation when it comes to the tournament.
It is. And let's face it, the Pac-12 has been just completely lights out in the tournament. They've been on fire. I mean, it's been really just, the conference itself is way up this year. We had them priced way up. I thought the Big Ten was a little weak, and that did show throughout the tournament so far. But, how else are you going to be able to stack these games if you got so many Pac-12 teams? And in a rare case that you do have an in-conference game, you got to go with the team that's been hot all year, and I believe that definitely has been USC, which is why they're a slight favorite here. Oregon coming off a great game. Their offense was incredible. They were able to shut down defensively as well, but I think USC has the upper hand here because of the depth on the bench, something we touched on last week. I believe when it gets down into late into the second half, it'll be a tight game, and in the last 10 minutes, USC will wind up pulling away. May even come down to foul shots at the end in the last 2 minutes, but I think USC wins this game between 5 and 7 points.
All right, JR, before we let you go, give out that number again. Sixers, Lakers tonight on the phone line.
You got it, guys. It's simple. Let me give you the first one absolutely free. It's on the house, 800-499-3733. 800-499-3733. Lakers against the 76ers tonight. That one's free on a recording. Call the number, listen, and take your ticket to the cashier's window. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. And after you get in and you get the free pick, sign up with us. Let us make you money for the rest of the tournament and into the rest of the NBA season. Call us. Let's start making money. 800-499-3733. Have a safe week. Have fun. And go out there and make some money.
Absolutely. JR, have a great weekend.
My pleasure.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We're going to get into the Flyers coming up next. Flyers insider Kevin Durso joins us coming up next here to get into what is going on with the Flyers and more NBA trade deadline talk. Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports, 5:30.
Hey, South Jersey, this is Billy Schwein. Tune into The Locker Room every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN. Each weekend in The Locker Room, you will get passionate sports talk from a fan's perspective, along with interviews with some of the biggest names in sports. That's every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon in The Locker Room with me, Billy Schwein, on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, because nothing could be finer than talking sports with a Schweiner.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is receiving a special allocation of new Nissans, and we need your trade. So get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new 2021 Nissan Murano. $5,000 off MSRP, plus 0 down and 0% APR financing for 60 months on new in-stock Nissan Sentras and Altimas. Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot wants to approve your credit today so you can drive a new Nissan with 0 down payment and 0% APR financing. Plus our fast-track checkout online at mattblattnissan.com. So bring any trade to Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township or at mattblattnissan.com. On approved credit, negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. All factory rebates and incentives to dealer. Not all will qualify. 0% APR financing based on $13.33 per $1,000 borrowed. Murano 8 to choose. Offers can't be combined. Call 888-731-5030 for all the details. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
What do you want a da-da-da? What do you want a da-da-da? I have no idea what a da-da-da. We could switch to Progressive da. Oh, yeah? We could switch to Progressive and sa. Okay. We could sa and have to buy some za. Oh, yeah. Let's switch to Progressive da and get some za with the money we saw. Yeah. Now we know we're going to da-da-da.
These days, nothing is normal and everything is weird. But you could still save big when you switch to Progressive. It might just be the most normal thing you da-da-da.
Quote to da at Progressive.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You decided to upgrade your outdoor deck. So you order the essentials: a power washer, a set of patio chairs, and a shiny new grill. And you use your Bank of America Cash Rewards credit card, choosing to earn 3% cash back on online shopping and up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member, which you put towards your most essential deck addition, a bird feeder. Apply for yours at bankofamerica.com/more rewarding. Copyright 2020 Bank of America Corporation.
Hey, it's me. You know, I lost my job and I've just been having a really hard time lately. I'm actually starting to worry about myself. I found this app, though, called the How We Reach coaching tool, and it's helping me reach out to my friends for support. Anyway, I was hoping maybe you could come over after your shift. I just need someone to be with me right now and help me sort out what to do next. Let me know, okay? All right, thanks.
Visit reach.gov to download the tool today.
What's in store this week at Staples?
A big deal on ink. That's kind of a big deal.
Staples has the technology, furniture, and supplies you need for a totally productive workspace.
And right now, you can earn 40% back in Staples rewards when you purchase any 2 ink or toner cartridges.
Shop in-store or get same-day delivery powered by Instacart.
Ends 3/27/21. Limit 4 in-store and on Instacart only. Visit staplesconnect.com/ink rewards for details. Instacart delivery subject to availability. Additional fees may apply.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash 4 o'clock hour, being brought to you by Prop Swap, America's betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the Prop Swap app today. Joining us right now on the Boardwalk Kind of Hotline and live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, it is Kevin Durso, as Chuck Fletcher spoke to the media yesterday. Flyers back in action tonight. Of course, you hear all the action right here on 97.3 ESPN. Kevin, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Josh. How are you?
Doing pretty good. So before we get to the Chuck Fletcher stuff, I got to ask you, Sam Moran called up from the taxi squad. What does that mean for the game tonight?
Well, it means the opposite of what everybody probably thinks it means, which is that he's on playing defense tonight, not forward, which is what they said they were going to do throughout camp and all of that type of stuff. He's playing alongside Shane Gostisbehere tonight. It's an interesting pairing. It's an interesting group. It's another move that kind of just screams desperation at this point, but, you know, they're trying everything at this point, and we'll see where it goes, but it's an interesting one for sure.
Now, with that being said, the interesting thing was yesterday you had Chuck Fletcher speaking to the media, and it's not that he gave away anything like overly enlightening, but I thought there were some poignant things that he said. And I want to start with the fact that he admitted to you guys who are in the media that, hey, this team is not built right. This is not a, basically, I think he kind of admitted this is not a winning hockey team.
Yeah, I mean, I basically wrote down really quick 5 things that I took away from it, kind of like my 5 takeaways after a game, so to speak. And one of the things that was the thing that stood out to me the most was that the makeup of the team is not right. That was probably the number one thing, because that's really an admission that you don't expect to get. And he kind of started off, that was way later down the line in the press conference, by the way. That was not the first thing he said. That was kind of, you know, he gave us that typical diplomatic answers that I kind of expected at the beginning. You know, this team is still in contention. Yeah, we haven't been good, but there's time to bounce back. We believe in the team, all that kind of stuff. And then kind of eventually admitted to that. And it was in a question about Erik Gustafsson too, which is kind of interesting as well. So among the other things that I heard in addition that tie into that makeup's not right, he admitted they never filled the void of Matt Niskanen. That's a big thing to admit at this stage of the season. He didn't gloss over any of the ugly stats that this team has. 30th in goals against, 31st in save percentage, which is last in the league, and leading the league in goals allowed off of the rush. He came up with a number 27. That's their own calculations. There's not really a number out there like that. Typically, those are more advanced stats like that. But that's another thing that you can admit, that the numbers aren't pretty that back up what we're seeing on the ice at this point. And in addition, you know, when I was on with you last week after the Ranger game, basically the words I used were, it's an organizational failure from top to bottom to lose a game 9-0 like that. And in his own way, he kind of said the same thing, because he said it starts with him. It is, you know, some of it's obviously on coaching and it's on players too. So this is an organizational thing. And to hear him say that as well, you know, as much as it's kind of just giving the go around at this point, and you're kind of used to hearing these answers to that extent, it still wasn't false information. He was honest about it. He didn't try to cover up what's happened to this point, didn't try to cover up a bad month, did say he thought they played 2 of their best games recently in the last week. He's not necessarily wrong, but, you know, it's hard to buy into that when the results aren't there. And he admitted also it's a results-based business, from goaltending and everything else. So, you know, I appreciated all that type of stuff, but it was kind of half and half to me. He gave you a lot of the expected answers, but to at least say that at the end, the team does not have the makeup that, you know, and they need to work on finding the right mix. That's a big step in admitting where you are as a team.
Now, with all that being said, what do you think the Flyers are going to, or are they going to do anything moving forward? Because let's be realistic, he didn't give you a lot of specifics about much of anything in that press conference.
Well, one of the things he did say a lot was that he's been trying really hard to do things. He's one of the guys who's making a lot of calls. He's not receiving as many. He said he's been as aggressive as he can remember. He's been on the phone more than he has in any other year. So I don't doubt that he's not trying. He's definitely trying to make this team better in whatever way he can. It's not a good year for the trade market. It's not a good year for a lot of that type of stuff. And he mentioned, not a lot of teams are sitting there willing to take on term or cap hit. So when those two things kind of go hand in hand with a lot of the deals you made 3-4 years ago, and some of them, in his case, not even deals that he made, you're kind of stuck. So that's kind of where the state of the league is at the moment. What I did like hearing from him, though, was that a lot of the times he talked about making a move, he did not talk about it from a rental standpoint. He talked about this as a long-term thing. The big rumor that I've heard lately, and we've talked a lot about Nashville and Matthias Ekholm and a guy like that who could come in now and help the team now, the focus seems to have shifted to a different Nashville defenseman. Now it's a lot of talk about Ryan Ellis, who's out for the next 4 to 6 weeks, just got hurt at the beginning of the month, so he's not available right now to play anyway. But he's a guy who's under contract for a lot of years going forward. I believe it's 6 more, and has a decent cap hit, fits into the mold of what the Flyers need. Top pairing guy, plays a lot of minutes, right-handed shot, stable defensive guy, not the puck-moving type, but can contribute offensively, kind of almost as close to Matt Niskanen as you might find around the rest of the league. And that's a move that you would make, and it doesn't necessarily help you right now. It doesn't help you this season, but it does help you moving forward, and it kind of gives you that area that you need to address, that hole you need to fill at some point here. Not even if you don't fill it for the rest of this year and the season's beyond repair at this point, then so be it. But you at least need to start thinking about next year, because this can't carry on for another year beyond that. So you have to figure out something. That's the type of moves you're going to see them try to make. I know that they've been scouting Arizona games as well. Alex Goligoski is a name that's come up, and his contract's expiring at the end of the year, but he's an older vet, not necessarily a guy who you picture in the top 4 or top 2. So that's the type of moves you're going to make. It'll be small. It'll be simple. It might not be with this year in mind, but it'll be with next year and other options in mind, and that might help you get into a position where you can address these holes and fill the void that you need to be a better team.
Kevin Durso joining us on the Boardwalk Kind of Hotline at Kevin_Durso on Twitter for all your Flyers and NHL coverage. He joins us as the Flyers take on the Rangers tonight at 7 p.m. You hear all the action right here on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. So, Kevin, moving forward, so let's say they make a trade. Okay, let's just theorize for a second. They make a trade. Maybe they make 2 trades. I don't know. But how much does that really fix? Like, how much is making a move going to fix things versus guys just need to play better sometimes?
Well, I think that was the big thing from the press conference as well, is that this comes down to the guys that are there. And as much as you can say the makeup's not good, you need to find the right mix, all of that type of stuff, it's not like changing one piece of this is going to repair the whole thing. It's beyond that point. You're looking at so many different players who are leaving a lot to be desired at this point. I mean, you can point out any defenseman you want to on this roster, Ivan Provorov included, and find mistakes that are being made on the back end. You can point out forwards who are making poor plays and poor decisions with the puck, and that's not going to equate to much. That's why they're getting scored on off the rush. I think that was the point that Chuck Fletcher was trying to make when he brought that up a couple times, is you're giving up odd man opportunities to the opposition because you're making bad mistakes. You're making turnovers in the offensive zone, not getting back fast enough, or giving them a head start too. I mean, if you turn the puck over at the opposing blue line, you're trying to get into the zone, and they come behind you with 3 guys and you only have 1 or 2 back, you're in trouble. And those teams are capitalizing on it all the time right now. So that's the big mistake right now. And so much of it is that. It's that you have to just clean up your own play on the ice first and foremost. But it's brought in a lot of questions at this point, because now you're starting to wonder, what does that mean? The mix isn't right, that the makeup of this team isn't right. What specifically does that mean? He didn't get into specifics. He didn't throw any particular player under the bus, and that's to be expected. But what part of it is not the right makeup? I remember, I believe Mike had a texter on earlier in the week that said something about, Joel Farabee, Claude Giroux, Sean Couturier, James Van Riemsdyk, everybody else has been either a disappointment, or you could get rid of everybody else or whatever. And it's like, notice the common thread about most of those guys. Take Joel Farabee out, and the rest of them are all veterans who have been here for a while. The big gamble that they took on this team this year was that younger players were going to step in and be top contributors. You're kind of looking at Travis Konechny as a disappointment right now. You're looking at what you may have thought you would have gotten from Oscar Lindblom and Nolan Patrick and trying to remind yourself, It wasn't all going to come back to them all at once. So you're trying to be patient, but it's been a struggle. You're looking at the defensive core as a whole. Travis Sanheim, Phil Myers, big steps expected from those guys, and it's been a step back instead. So that's really where the hole is that those guys didn't didn't become leaps and bounds better than they were a year ago, and it didn't fill the void for a guy like Niskanen leaving or just to make this team better than they were. It became something totally different, and obviously the biggest regression so far, without trying to make it so much about one player, is the goaltending, and Fletcher said as much. Both goalies are struggling, and that's one of the key problems as well.
Flyers currently 2 points behind the Bruins, 8 points behind the Penguins in the Eastern Conference standings. They play the Rangers today on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Kevin, I'll leave you with this as the final question. Are the Flyers a playoff team?
Right now, in my mind, no. And that's disappointing to say based on where we thought they'd be at the beginning of the year. But ultimately, you could make this situation look a little bit better if some of the results go a different direction. You played a really good game against the Islanders on Monday, but you lost in overtime. So you get a point. It's not 2 points. It doesn't draw you any closer to Boston in that sense. You got 1 point instead of 2. Boston's sitting there right now, finally coming back from their own COVID situation tonight, and that just doesn't do it. They have now too many games to make up that they'll just be able to pull away from you if they get on a hot streak, and that right there could be the end because you're already digging a hole against Pittsburgh. But really, to me, and I told you this on Tuesday before the game against the Devils, that's the one you got to have. You've just got to come back with a better, repeat that good effort. You didn't get the right result, but the Islanders are near the top of the division. They're leading the division most of the time. They're a good team. They're one of the best teams in the league. You're going to lose games even in tough situations like that, even when you think you've got them where you want them. But you got to beat teams like the Devils, and you got to beat teams like the Rangers tonight, and you've got to beat Buffalo next week. And if they don't start to string some of that together, they're going to need to string together a winning streak that's pretty substantial at this point. But if you would have just turned around that game, turn around the game against the Islanders on Monday, find a way to win it in overtime or something, win the game against the Devils, instead of it being 4-8-1 in the month of March, it's 5-6-0, and it's at least closer to 500, and you feel like it's not as bad as it looks, and maybe you're turning the corner because you've won 2 games in a row. Now, not anymore. You're in a slide, and until you get out of it, you're not going to be talked about in the playoff race.
Kevin_Durso on Twitter. Check out his Flyers coverage over at 97.3 ESPN.com. His takeaways for Chuck Fletcher's press conference, the preview for tonight's game, Flyers versus Rangers, all at 97.3 ESPN.com and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Kevin, great stuff today. Appreciate you jumping on and enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, we will got more coming up next hour. We'll get back into the NBA trade deadline stuff. Also, some interesting comments at 609-403-0973 about the Eagles and the NFL. So we'll get to that and that much more. You guys on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter watching, you can join the conversation. I have a full string of comments on the right side of my screen. We'll get some of your comments as well. Final hour of the show next. Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on a Thursday on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey Thursday night on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scored!
The Flyers host the New York Rangers Thursday night. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN and listen live on the free mobile app.
Termite season is quickly approaching. Is your home protected? Whether you're renovating or getting ready for spring, stop termites, mice, and ants in their tracks. Visit VikingPest.com for a pest-free home. That's VikingPest.com.
Thinking about life insurance? Did you know in just a few minutes you can find the best price from up to 10 price-competitive companies for free? You can with SelectQuote. For example, George is 39. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $22 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino, and believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 800-461-4545. That's 800-461-4545. 800-461-4545 or go to selectquote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policy at selectquote.com/commercials. Or price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Last night's sleep? Interrupted by pain? Tonight, silence it. With new ZQL Night Pain. Restful sleep, now with powerful pain relief. ZQL Night Pain combines America's #1 sleep aid with a maximum strength pain reliever. So you can fall asleep fast and wake feeling rested, because pain should never get in the way of a great night's sleep. New ZQL Night Pain. Silence pain. Sleep soundly. Available at retailers near you.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel teaches you conversations that you will actually use. With 14 languages and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com.
Before you move in and start making a lifetime of memories, there's something you should remember: the value of working with a realtor. A realtor is more than an expert in the field who abides by a code of ethics. A realtor is your neighbor and your ally, someone who puts your agenda ahead of theirs, someone who understands your dreams and has the expertise to make them a reality. Finding the right place starts with you and a realtor, and the doors we open together. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
The thing about comparing rates at Progressive.com is that by now you've heard a lot of ads about comparing rates at Progressive.com. We probably don't even need the words comparing rates anymore to remind you that seasoning steaks at Progressive.com is an easy way to save on car insurance, or that swimming in trousers helps you find the lowest rate. And that's the thing about foraging for truffles. You've heard a lot of ads about standing tiptoe on a cinder block. Compare rates and sing softly to a wounded field mouse and save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Looking around your law firm, it's hard not to be proud of what you've created. A respected brand with 20 associates who give their all every day. You have what it takes to go big. Everything except a plan. How will you expand your footprint or increase revenue? Lexicon makes it possible. Lexicon is a legal services and technology provider with over a decade of experience helping law firms scale and grow while maximizing billable hours and maintaining client satisfaction. Call 855-4-LEXICON or visit lexiconservices.com/grow to learn more.
Since there was no basketball tournament last March, Unibet is offering twice the sign-up bonus this year. Get $40 free and $500 risk-free. With twice the bonus, go twice as hard. Woo! Watch on 2 screens. Woohoo, yeah! On 2 couches. Both cheeks. And place twice the bets. Bonus! Get $40 free and $500 risk-free. Unibet Sportsbook. Crazy about the odds. Must be 21 or over to play and physically located in New Jersey. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Was 2020 full of dings, dents, and scratches? Using your tax refund at Maaco can help. Refresh your ride with your refund at Maaco to undo a little bit of last year. Head to Maaco.com to get a free online estimate today. Better get Maaco.
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, got 'em!
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig, affiliate for Mike Gill. Final hour of the show. Glad to have you on board for the full show today. Of course, a lot happened today. NBA trade line at 3 o'clock. If you missed any of the show from earlier today, you have a couple options. Of course, you can go subscribe to our YouTube channel. We upload all the interviews later in the day up on our YouTube channel. Full rebroadcast of the video for the show is on our YouTube channel as well. Or you can listen to the best of the Sports Bash next hour of my conversation with Andy DiCecco, Kevin Durso, NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson will all be over there. So get you covered. If you missed anything earlier in the day. Sports Bash today being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia wants to get you approved today. That's Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse by Egg Harbor Township. We are live in the Matt Black Kia studios here on 97.3 ESPN. Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports NBA, will join us coming up in less than 30 minutes from now to get more into what happened and what didn't happen today in the NBA. And of course, we will get to your thoughts and comments. I got some interesting texts that came in a little bit earlier in the last hour, some interesting comments on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter as well. We'll get to all of your thoughts as well as you watch us. If you're not watching the show, you can just go to 973ESPN.com. Follow us on all the social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at 973ESPN. Don't forget Flyers hockey tonight at 7 p.m. here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Then 10 p.m. Sixers basketball here on your home in South Jersey for 76ers basketball as they take on the Lakers. That's 10 p.m. tonight on 97.3 ESPN FM. Sixers acquired George Hill earlier this afternoon from the Oklahoma City Thunder in a three-way deal that sent Terrence Ferguson to the Knicks, that sent Tony Bradley to Oklahoma City, Austin Rivers from the Knicks to Oklahoma City. Also, Vincent Poirier is going to the Knicks as well. So a lot of moving parts there, but they did not get Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry wasn't traded at all, actually. And according to reports right now coming out from different sources like Adrian Wojnarowski, it appears that teams were not willing to give up what teams wanted, or what the Raptors wanted in terms of Kyle Lowry. I'm going to pop up this Woj tweet up onto the stream here because I think it's a very important thing to keep in mind when we talk about the Sixers moving forward, about what they did or what they didn't do, okay? And that is, when you think about what they didn't get, okay? So Adrian Wojnarowski says that in making trade offers for Kyle Lowry, teams had to take into consideration whether he would turn out to be a rental for the season or if they would be able to meet his contract expectations to stay in free agency. That impacted how far teams were willing to go on Kyle Lowry. And with that being understood, you have to think, if that's why the Sixers didn't get Lowry, I said this earlier in the show, what you got in the George Hill deal was way more than just George Hill. What you got in the deal was you didn't give up everything for him, okay? You didn't give up all of these. You didn't give up Maxey and this guy and that guy and this. No, you gave up a couple of second-round picks. You gave up a player who wasn't even playing at all in Terrence Ferguson. Poirier hasn't been playing either. You got a third team involved to make the blow a little bit less overall. And what you did is you got a player who fits a need without giving up as much as other teams did. Look what the Nuggets gave up for Aaron Gordon. To me, that was ridiculous. Gary Harris and RJ Hampton and 2 first-round picks. What? Look at all the Bulls gave up for Nikola Vucevic and Al-Farouq Aminu. Like, really? I just feel like some teams, they gave up so much to get some of those guys, and the Sixers didn't have to give up a ton to get a guy who makes sense for them. So I think this is a big consideration moving forward when it comes to the Kyle Lowry conversation that we have throughout today, tonight, tomorrow. Obviously, we'll have Paul Hudrick tomorrow for Inside the Sixers at 3:20. Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports NBA coming up at 5:30. But keep this in mind. We have these conversations. People were texting earlier, Sixers should have done this. Sixers should have done that. It takes two to tango. If the other team is not willing to work with you and you value someone a lot, that's a big deal. Listen, at the end of the day, here's the truth. The truth is the 76ers organization values the team and the chemistry they already have in place compared to blowing it up or making major changes. And I think that you could have a lineup in the fourth quarter that's George Hill, Danny Green, Tobias Harris, Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid, and you'll be just fine. I think that's a fine lineup right now. And maybe not even that specific order. Maybe it's George Hill, Ben Simmons, and Seth Curry. You know, it could be anybody. Matisse Thybulle, whatever the variation is. But I think that adding George Hill and his three-point shooting, as Scoop B said earlier in the show, we underrate what George Hill brings to the table as an offensive player because we're so used to him being not a score-first guard. This is not his style. So I think that the biggest positive come out of today is not as much George Hill, but the fact that, as Woj reported, teams had to consider, if we trade for Kyle Lowry, will he stay here or is he a rental? And if you think he's a rental, you're not sure if you can keep him, you're not going to give up all of the assets in the acquisition vault. You're only going to give up what you're willing to give up. And I think that's a big reason why, as multiple people reported today, around 2:45, the Miami Heat changed their attention from Kyle Lowry to Victor Oladipo when they realized that the Lowry deal wasn't going to get done and that Houston was serious about Victor Oladipo, despite the GM saying in the previous 36 hours, we're not trading Oladipo. All of a sudden, we'll trade Oladipo. Give us expiring contracts? Sure, we'll take him off your hands. We're taking anyway. That's the one thing about the Rockets. We got a message earlier about the Rockets, and it's not specifically about the Sixers, but it's a point to make. It says the Rockets front office is full of idiots. That's his message over on YouTube. And I think it's an accurate comment because notice how dysfunctional they have been since Daryl Morey left. Since Daryl Morey left, the Rockets have been forced to trade James Harden. They released DeMarcus Cousins. They made a couple other interesting moves, to say the least. And you're just kind of like, what are they doing? Like, why did they acquire Victor Oladipo that immediately trade him? They could have just kept Karis LeVert. Or why did you release Boogie Cousins? Him and John Wall were playing well together. Well, the reason why they made these moves is because the Rockets are tanking. The Rockets have no interest in being a winning team. They've lost so many games this year. It's embarrassing. So for me, when I look at this Rockets organization, you want to know why the Sixers couldn't make a deal with them? Because they were spiteful against Daryl Morey. You want to know why they got rid of Oladipo? Because they don't really know what they want. You want to know why Karis LeVert isn't there? Because they don't want to win this year. You want to know why they cut Boogie Cousins? Because Boogie Cousins was making them win too many games. So either they are full of idiots, Murphy Brown, or they are going out of their way to tank, which I think is the second one. It's kind of embarrassing. Like, you should have just made the decision at the beginning of the year. Instead, you drag in Steven Silas to his first NBA job, and you dump this disaster of a season on his lap. They better give this guy a few extra chances to be successful because they have given him a raw deal down there in Houston. Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN Sports Bash, being brought to you by Dorothy Gale Roofing. There's no place like your home. And if you have a leak or need a new roof, call Dorothy Gale Roofing at 877-97-KEVIN or visit them online at DorothyGaleRoofing.com. 609-403-0973 is the text board to get on the conversation. Also, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, where you can comment on the show here on 97.3 ESPN. A couple texts that came in earlier I wanted to get to. Sticking with the Sixers point before we get to the Eagles stuff, Dan and EHT said earlier in the show, executives making expert decisions. No, it was Morey and Brand doing something just to do something. See, I don't agree with that, Dan and EHT, because the Sixers needed to do something. They weren't just doing something to do something. They needed to do something. Every game this year that Tobias Harris and Shake Milton has not played, this team has struggled to win. You should not be that dependent on Harris and Milton to win games. Not because they're bad players, but because you can't expect to win with just those guys. You got to do more. So getting George Hill was doing more. If you have an opportunity to get better, you got to do it. Bobby Marks said that earlier in this week on the Sports Bash. If you have a chance to get better, if you could do something to improve, you have to do it because you're in an Eastern Conference where the Nets are a juggernaut. The Bucks are still looming out there. The Bucks are on a crazy winning streak right now. The Miami Heat got substantially better, in my opinion. And you look around the Eastern Conference, the Sixers can beat most of the teams in the playoffs, but when it comes to the top tier teams Are they 100% equipped to beat them? And I don't know the answer to that. I think that you're mistaken, Danny HT. I think that they had to do something, and they did do something. And that something was at least improving the bench so you're in a better position to be successful in the postseason. I don't think this helps to beat the Nets, but I think it definitely helps to beat a team like the Bucks. Definitely helps to beat a team like the Heat. I think the Nets are... It depends on which Nets show up that day. If you're in a 7-game series with the Brooklyn Nets, are all 3 guys playing? Is there an injury? Is there something that's unforeseen that we don't know about? I think there's a lot of questions about the Nets that we don't know about yet because we haven't seen them postseason play. So I think that Morey and Brand didn't just do something to do something. They made a trade that was necessary. 609-403-0973. Earlier in the show, we were talking about the quarterbacks in the NFL draft. Cole from LBI with a very controversial opinion chiming in and says, I think Trey Lance is going to be even better than Trevor Lawrence. I never bought into the hype of Trevor Lawrence. Trey Lance's pro day made me think he is the one. That's Cole and LBI. So a couple things. First of all, I don't care what somebody's pro day is. I really don't. Pro days are rehearsed. Pro days are choreographed. Pro days are environments that are made to make you look good. You know, there's a reason why guys run faster 40s at their pro day than they do at the NFL Combine, because the environment is set up perfectly for them to be successful. Anybody can look good in shorts and a t-shirt. I don't care about that. I want to see game film. And Trey Lance on the game film is a very different quarterback than Trevor Lawrence. Don't be deceived by pro days. You know what a great pro day? Jamarcus Russell. You know what a bad pro day? Teddy Bridgewater. Which quarterback would you rather have? You know who had a great pro day? I mean a great pro day. Sam Darnold. Number 1 overall pick. Couldn't stay healthy. Nice career. Made himself a lot of money, though. Never the guy he was expected to be. Pro days don't mean a lot to me. Pro day is what got Blake Bortles drafted in the top 5 in the NFL draft. That was a bust. I understand, though, the trepidation when it comes to Trevor Lawrence, because it feels like that guy's been hyped so much and talked up so much that you just can't get around it. I get it. I totally do. But I just don't think that Trey Lance automatically is going to be better than Trevor Lawrence. I think Lawrence has 2 things that Lance doesn't. First of all, Lawrence has way more quarterbacking playing experience than Lance does. Never overlook the power of experience. That's why Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson became better quarterbacks early on and later on than Mitch Trubisky, because they were coming from a position of advantage when it came to experience. So Lawrence's experience is far outweighs Trey Lance. And I think that a guy who played 17, 18 games in college and 1 game in the last 12 months, I got some questions. I think you're more upside than you are reality. The other thing that Trevor Lawrence has that Trey Lance doesn't is he has always been a guy that every expert thinks is going to be a high-level NFL player. There's nobody who evaluates the NFL, who covers the draft, who does draft projections, who sits there and says, well, you know, I don't know about Trevor Lawrence. They all agree. So I understand that maybe you're not sold on Lance, and that's Trevor Lawrence. That's fine. The hype was always more than he ever could be, honestly. When he came to Clemson, the hype machine was already in 150% mode, full speed ahead. So I think that you have to keep that in mind. So listen, maybe the hype was more than Lawrence is, but I think Lawrence is still a very, very good, if not the great NFL quarterback. He reminds you a little bit of this strange combination of Andrew Luck and Peyton Manning in terms of his potential. I don't think he's as cerebral as any of those guys are, but his arm ability, his moxie, his decision-making is on a similar level coming out of college, to say the least. I'm just not sold on Trey Lance. Pro day doesn't mean a lot to me, and that's just me. I think that You make an environment ideal for anyone, they'll have success. It's kind of how I look at it when it comes to Trey Lance. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. All right, before we get back to the Sixers stuff. So this text is so long, I can't post it on the screen for you guys. So I'm going to try to state this as much as possible. All right. Steven Ventnor. Steve spent a lot of time writing this text, so I'm going to try to give you a little bit of wiggle room here. Steve says, hey, Josh, Steve from Ventnor, how about this trade? The 6th overall pick and Zach Ertz to Chicago for the 20th overall pick, the 52nd overall pick, Roquan Smith, Jalen Johnson, and Cole Kmet, the tight end. And then he gives his reasons for why he would make that trade, why it makes sense. But the problem with the text is, Steve, you left the door open for me. He says, who says no to that scenario? I'll tell you who says no to that scenario. It's called the Chicago Bears, and here's why. Roquan Smith has the potential to be one of the 5 best linebackers in the NFL in short order. I think Roquan Smith's potential is exponential. I love him coming out of college. I love him in the NFL now. I think he has a phenomenal talent. So you ask, who says no to that scenario? The Bears do. I could never see the Bears making that deal. The 6th overall pick is very valuable, but is it really as valuable as Roquan Smith combined with Jalen Johnson? Jalen Johnson before the injuries was a phenomenal talent. And you got to think, the Bears got plans for that guy. They didn't draft him for no reason. Personally, I care less about Cole Kmet. I think his situation is completely overrated. I don't understand why he was drafted as high as he was. I think he's a byproduct right now of the Bears' limited success and their need for the tight end in that offense. But I just don't see the Bears making that deal. I don't think Zach Ertz's value is more than a 3rd-round pick at this point. I think that Zach Ertz's poor play last year damaged his trade market a lot. Okay? Steve Ventnor, I like the thought. I appreciate you. I know you. You're a good guy. But let me tell you something. That trade is not happening because the Bears never make that deal. But I appreciate the thought and the consideration. Text board is open. 609-403-0973. Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports NBA, join the show coming up at 5:20 p.m. tonight. Sports Bash being brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the PropSwap app today. Let's jump back over to Facebook and YouTube as we got some comments over there and people watching on the stream. I want to bring this back up again because I Shine 101 mentioned this earlier in the show. And I wanted to run it back because he brings up the fact that the Sixers going on the buyout market. I think the problem with the buyout market right now is that you're finding out that some of the guys who we thought were going to be buyout candidates are no longer. Like Otto Porter Jr. apparently is staying in Orlando. LaMarcus Aldridge is going to be bought out, but is he really coming to the Sixers? Jabari Parker. How interested are you in Jabari Parker? I'm not certainly interested in Jabari Parker. So who is the free agent candidate whose name is not LaMarcus Aldridge or Boogie Cousins that interests you? And the answer is probably nobody. Think about that. You want Jeff Teague? You just acquired George Hill. I mean, Avery Bradley might be a buyout candidate, but Bradley hasn't even played almost at all this year because of injuries. So what does that even mean? What if the Rockets cut Kelly Olynyk? You interested in Kelly Olynyk? What if he's a buyout candidate? I'm not interested in Kelly Olynyk. I know that for sure. So the buyout market is dependent on who's actually available, and it takes two sides to tango. the Sixers have to have somebody who's willing to have a conversation with them. Some of these guys are not interested. They're just not interested. So, when you think about what kind of guy that is, I think that when you think about the Sixers moving forward, I like the idea of Boogie. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. We can watch the show here on 97.3 ESPN, live on your radio, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN.com. All the latest details on the Sixers after the trade deadline. Flyers back in action tonight at 7 p.m. here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig live in the Matt Black Kia Studios. Yahoo Sports NBA writer Keith Smith joins us coming up in about 7 minutes from now. I want to remind you that this hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by Matt Black Kia. Matt Black Kia wants to get you approved today. That's Matt Black Kia on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township. Also, I'll leave you all with this. We'll continue this question tomorrow. How do you like your coffee? And the reason why I'm asking about coffee is because I noticed when I went in the Wawa today, okay? And I'm not a guy who gets coffee every day. I only get it when I feel like I absolutely need it, because I usually have one cup in the first thing in the morning. That usually gets me through the day. But a day like today, I needed a little extra kick, a little extra pick me up. And I went over and I got myself some coffee. And I am a guy who likes the 100% Colombian or the dark Cuban roast. And today I mixed them. I got half and half of each. I only like my coffee with a little bit of sugar. So I'm curious to know, and we'll make a poll question for tomorrow about this because it was so busy today we didn't get to it. But you guys can comment at 609-403-0973, or you can jump on the Facebook or YouTube or Facebook streams. How do you like your coffee? And I'm curious because I am not a coffee savant like Mike Gill is. Like Mike Gill has become this crazy coffee guy. He has 20 million bags of coffee, and he's got a coffee making machine in his house. I'm very simple. I like what I like, and that's it. I'm willing to experiment with other types of drinks in my life. But when it comes to coffee, I'm very specific about what I like, what I don't like. When I go into any place for coffee, I have a specific thing. I like my coffee black with some sugar. I don't like a bunch of other stuff with it. So I'm curious, how does everybody else take their coffee? I'm curious about this because I feel like after some observations I had at Wawa today, when I saw people asking the lady behind the coffee filling machines, they were asking, "Oh, do you have this? Do you have that?" And like, "Oh yeah, and they put the tanks out." And I'm like, "Wow, like these people want their specific coffee so much, willing to ask for it. I'm just willing to take whatever one's if one's empty and the other one's full, that's what I do." So let me know at Josh Hennig on Twitter, 609-403-0973. All right, coming up next, Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports, recaps the NBA trade deadline, state of the Sixers after the deadline, and more next on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And, of course, you can watch the show. Just go to 97.3 ESPN.com or follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter at 97.3 ESPN.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin on 97.3 ESPN.
Don't bring in a guy who is a statue outside your damn stadium. Don't do that to a young quarterback who has a chance to actually blossom into something different. You know what Philly fans start to do? Nick Foles. You're creating dissension within your own team.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is receiving a special allocation of new Nissans, and we need your trade. So get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new 2021 Nissan Murano. $5,000 off MSRP, plus 0 down and 0% APR financing for 60 months on new in-stock Nissan Sentras and Altimas. Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot wants to approve your credit today so you can drive a new Nissan with 0 down payment and 0% APR financing. Plus, our fast-track checkout online at mattblattnissan.com. So bring any trade to Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township or at mattblattnissan.com. On approved credit, negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle. All factory rebates and incentives to dealer. Not all will qualify. 0% APR financing based on $13.33 per $1,000 borrowed. Murano 8 to choose. Offers can't be combined. Call 888-731-5030 for all the details. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
It's March, and that means Wing Madness at the Piccadilly Inn. Head to the Pick to make your picks. Whether it's South Jersey's best wings, tails, or ears, let them know you're sauce champion. All 8 delectable flavors are going head-to-head to battle for number 1. Visit them on Facebook or at piccadilly.com for their Pick Game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in today's lineup at the one, the only Piccadilly Inn on Route 206 in Chemung.
The Piccadilly Inn.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this: what can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data, points and fees may apply. Offer cost information and conditions. Equal housing letter, license in all 50 states, and MLS consumer access.org, number 3030.
Hey, sports fans, it's JR from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got some real exciting news. We've just uncovered huge information on this pro basketball matchup tonight between Philadelphia and LA. I'm going to leave the winner free of charge right now on my famous 30-second recorded message. Call this number right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE for this huge blowout winner in pro basketball tonight between Philadelphia and LA. Guys, don't miss out. Call the number, listen to the short message, and take this one to the cashier's window. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733 for the Philadelphia LA winner on a recording. 800-499-3733 and check us out at wagerpro.com.
O'Reilly. Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts are designed to meet the electrical demands of today's vehicles. Get dependable power and performance from a Superstart battery for your car, truck, motorcycle, lawnmower, boat, and more. Our professional parts people can help you find just what you need. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Indeed knows unexpected demand can stretch your business thin.
Leon speaking.
Like at Leon's Plumbing.
Sorry, quickest we can get there is next Friday.
To stay out of hot water, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Thursday on 97.3 ESPN. We're going to get back to the NBA talk. NBA trade deadline was about 90 minutes ago, but it feels like there is still dust settling in the aftermath of what happened. So joining us right now on the Boardwalk kind of hotline, Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports, joins us each and every week as, listen, the NBA, they had a lot of questions going into the trade deadline. I think we have just as many questions coming out of the trade deadline. As all guests, he appears on the Boardwalk kind of hotline. Keith, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, man. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you jumping on. So I want to start with the biggest takeaway for me, at least, from the deadline, which was we all thought Kyle Lowry was getting traded, whether it was the Sixers or the Heat or the Lakers potentially. But it seems like, according to reports, that the Raptors' asking price was too much for a guy that teams weren't sure if he was a rental or not.
Yeah, that's the question that seems to be out there is, what was the future plans beyond this year? Now that's what it was. It's also, a guy who was not an easy trade to put together because of the contract and things like that. So yeah, definitely a tricky spot, but still a little bit of a surprise that he wasn't dealt.
What do you think that means for the Raptors moving forward? Because it felt like they were unloading guys to potentially make a trade for Lowry. They traded, what's his name, to the Jazz. They traded Terrence Davis. They traded a couple of guys, and then it was like allowed to get traded. So what does that mean for them moving forward? Because it feels like they were almost preparing for a rebuild, and now they're kind of stuck in purgatory.
Yeah, I wouldn't go quite that far. They've still got a ton of flexibility going into this offseason. Nothing really changes from that front. So I think they're in a pretty good place as far as, flexibility with their roster and their salary cap and the like. So, the thing is, though, now it's almost a little awkward because Kyle Lowry did what felt like a goodbye press conference last night post game. It felt like, everybody was wishing him well where he headed out. But in the end, all indications are Masai Ujiri just did not get an offer he felt good about. He didn't want to take on any kind of long-term money for Lowry that he considered to be bad or anything like that. Then here we are. That's why Lowry's still on the Raptors today, and they'll move forward and then hit the summer with all sorts of flexibility and all kinds of different options as they rebuild around Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and OG Anunoby.
Now let's get to the Sixers. Obviously, in this area, there's some people who are let down by the George Hill trade. I think the George Hill trade makes a lot of sense, though, Keith, because you didn't give up a ton to get him. I mean, one of the guys you traded barely played, Terrence Ferguson, for goodness sake. Yeah, you gave up Tony Bradley, but you're getting a guy who makes a lot of sense for this team that really needs a lot of help off the bench, because outside of Shake Milton and Dwight Howard, their bench isn't giving you a ton of production offensively.
Yeah, absolutely. I think George Hill's a great get for them. The only part of that trade that worries me a little bit, and it's hopefully only a short-term thing, is giving up Tony Bradley. He was starting and playing well, but if you're convinced Joel Embiid is going to come back and be fine in another couple weeks or so, then you're fine. You'll get by with Dwight Howard and whatever kind of combinations of small ball you need to put together to make that happen. That they'll be semi-active in the buyout market as well. But I think Hill's going to be a really nice player for them off the bench. I think he's still not the create offense off the dribble kind of guy that I felt like they really needed off the bench. But he's the guy that can come in, Tyrese Maxey, Matisse Thybulle. They can both learn from him. And he's a veteran you can put on the floor at the end of a playoff game and know he's going to make the right play.
The other thing with Hill is that, you have a guy who you're not asking him to come in here and save the day, Keith. You're asking him to come in here and be a part of what's already here. And it seems like if we're to extrapolate from the Sixers, it does have a feel, does it not, that the Sixers are saying, hey, look, we believe in what we have, and we feel like that whatever we bring in here is just adding something to the good thing we have going.
Yeah, I think that's really a good way to look at it. I think they liked their team, and they know it was really only about needing to make moves around the edges. I don't think Philadelphia felt at all that they needed to make any kind of big, major, swings at this deadline. They could have done that if they wanted to get James Harden. They were in a position to make that move, and I think Daryl Morey quite rightly read it and said, they want too much. This is not, the deal I want to make for James Harden. And we all know nobody knows Harden's game and, has a sense of how he may age and the like better than Daryl Morey. So I think now it was, all right, well, we're in a good place. We've got pretty good guys. What we really need to do at this point is just kind of, sort of rebuild around the edges here, flesh out a rotation a little bit. And I think they did that with Hill, and then we'll see what they do if they add anybody else via buyout.
Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports, joined us on the Boardwalk Kind of Hotline at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter here on 97.3 ESPN. Keith, I want to hit on a couple of teams around the Eastern Conference. I thought it's probably the big winner coming out of all this was the Heat. I mean, was it just 36 hours ago that the Rockets GM said we're not trading Oladipo? All of a sudden, Oladipo is now on the Heat. There's talk that LaMarcus Aldridge is going to after he gets bought out by the Spurs, he'll go to the Heat. It really feels like the Heat kind of walked out of this trade deadline looking really good.
I'm not quite as high on that as as you may be. I think Oladipo is turned the corner towards being more name than game at this point in his career. He has not been the player that I think people think he once what was. He's not the guy, the All-NBA, All-Star level guy that he was when he was with the Indiana Pacers. He struggled some. Nemanja Bjelica is fine, but they really only had two bigs on that roster, and Bam Adebayo and Kelly Olynyk. And now they don't have Olynyk anymore. They feel pretty good that they're going to come away with LaMarcus Aldridge, who worked a bio with the San Antonio Spurs today. If they do that, they're in a better place. I think Miami they didn't do anything bad that I dislike because they didn't give up anything to get the guys that they got. I just don't think that they are sitting there where we feel like they are that much better than they were yesterday.
Okay, so with that being said, because I personally don't think the Celtics did anything mind-blowing personally. I mean, maybe you disagree, but I feel like then did any of the Eastern Conference teams really do anything then with all that being said, that is enough for them to challenge the Nets if the Nets are fully healthy in the playoff series?
I like what the Bucks did with getting PJ Tucker. I think that was a good move. That feels now like it happened a month ago, and it was only several days ago. But I like what they did. I think they're in a pretty good position. I think Philadelphia, as we talked, I think they were fine. Boston, I liked the Evan Fournier pickup. I think that was good. But moving off Daniel Tice gets a little tricky because that's kind of messy for them now in their front court. So I don't think they did good. Chicago, I really like what they did with adding Nikola Vucevic, but I think the challenge for Chicago is that's more of a move that's going to take into next season before that really pays off for them. The other thing we got to remember with these teams that made these kind of big moves and added a bunch of different players is it's going to take a little while for those guys to get incorporated into their new teams. And that can be kind of tough this year, because if it takes, 2-3 weeks for you to really kind of hit the ground running, like a team like Chicago may, that sounds good, but then we're almost to the end of the season. So it starts to become, kind of tricky. So I think that's one of the challenges that you've got with where they're sitting right now. So we'll ultimately see, but yeah, I think, Nets, Bucks, and Sixers are still at the top of the East, just like they were this morning.
Yeah, you touched on the Celtics. I got to be honest with you. I'm not thrilled with what Boston did in the last several months overall. I feel like Danny Ainge just didn't do a good enough job, Keith, at putting this team into position to be successful, because I feel like Jaylen Brown and Tatum are having all-time career seasons right now. You have two guys who are coming into their own, and their supporting cast it leaves a lot to be desired, because if Kemba isn't out there, Keith, it feels like those guys are it's them against the world, because the rest of the team around them, it just doesn't cut it.
Yeah, and that's why they had to go get a guy like Evan Fournier. They didn't give up anything to get him. And Fournier is a lot better than people realize. He's, scoring almost 20 points per game on very good shooting percentages. He's a fairly efficient player. He's not going to be anybody that, he's not going to come in and set the world on fire, but he's a major upgrade over anyone Boston was bringing off their bench prior. So I think now we are in a position with the Celtics where they're going to be very offense heavy. The defense has not been very good this year. They've lost one of their better defenders in Daniel Tice. So we'll see, what they do and kind of put this thing together for the rest of the way. The question for me comes in this year. They're a mediocre to average team. Maybe they can win a round in the playoffs. I don't think they're going much further than that. I think the challenge for the Celtics comes in, what do they do now moving forward? Because it's going to be hard for them to really improve very much beyond where they're at today. And that's not a good place to be in, considering where they looked like they were just a couple seasons ago.
I would have to say of all the trades that happened today, though, I have to say one of my favorites. I mean, I think the Vucevic deal, like you, I think that's a huge deal, but it's about their long-term than short-term. I love the Rondo trade, Keith. I do. I think that Rondo going to the Clippers is a huge deal for them, because now when they go into the postseason, they're going to have a guy who has that experience, who's not named Kawhi Leonard. I feel like so many times last year, it felt like the whole team was looking at Kawhi, like, all right, Kawhi, save us. And now you got playoff Rondo potentially. I mean, they don't need Rondo to be the hero. They need Rondo to be a compliment. I think it's a big deal.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you believe in playoff Rondo, which you have to if you're the Clippers, because that's the only reason to make this deal, you feel pretty good about it. I think some people are looking at it and saying, but they gave up Lou Williams. Lou Williams was being phased out in L.A. Reggie Jackson was playing a lot over him. Luke Kennard was starting to take a lot of his minutes. Patrick Beverly played over him when he was there. Lou Williams was just kind of a guy who didn't really fit great with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George because he's just a scoring guard. He's a point guard size player, but he's a scoring guard, and that's not what they needed. They needed somebody else who could come in, credibly run the offense, get them into their stuff, and Rondo can do that when he's fully engaged. We may not see it until May when the playoffs start, but once we do, it might look pretty good.
All right, Keith, let's hit on the buyout market. I know a lot of people who are watching the show, listening to the show today. I've gotten all kinds of messages today. Half the world wants Boogie Cousins to come to the Sixers. Half the world is saying Andre Drummond is an option. Who is actually available in the buyout market? Who is actually a legitimate option for the Sixers, if anybody?
Yeah, the guys we know right now are going to be LaMarcus Aldridge. I actually do think he could help Philadelphia as kind of being an offensive hub on the second unit. I think they could run some stuff through him and feel pretty good because in reality, if you put it this way, you need Joel Embiid to be healthy and playing 35 minutes a night if you're going anywhere anyway. If he's not, then it probably doesn't really matter. Your upside is fairly limited as it is. So you're really talking about somebody who's going to come in and play about 15 minutes a game. I think a guy like Aldridge can do that. I don't think Drummond would go there. It'd be absolutely hilarious to see him go there and back up Joel Embiid after years of Embiid talking about how he owns him and lives rent-free in his head. That would be, just a funny storyline there. Otto Porter Jr. will be available. DeMarcus Cousins, my whole thing with this is DeMarcus Cousins has been available for a very long time, and nobody has jumped at adding him. Maybe he's picking his spot and waiting, but we'll see, how that one comes together. But yeah, I think Philadelphia, is a place that will make sense for some guys, and I do think another big is something that they need because I don't think you want to be with just Embiid and Howard, especially if you're looking to kind of manage both of those guys a little bit down the stretch.
Keith, one more for you. I always appreciate you jumping on. Keith Smith at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter, covers the NBA for a long time. Keith, what happens to that trade exception the Sixers had? I was under the impression they were going to use that before the deadline hit on somebody, and they didn't. So what happens now?
Yeah, that'll be good into the offseason. So they'll have that. I know it's $8 million plus or so. So they'll have that into the offseason. You can't use that to sign a player. What they could do is if somebody shakes loose that fits in that, but via waivers, they could use that to claim a player. But you can't use that to trade for a player that's now because we're past the trade deadline. You can't use it to sign anybody. So my guess is they just maintain that into the offseason, and then they move forward and use that as part of their roster building tool next year.
Okay, so that's available in the offseason. Now, would it be available past the offseason? Is that like a cutoff point, or what's the timetable to use that?
I believe I have to look it up. Let me see if I've got it right here in front of me, and I can tell you. I believe the expiration point is, it's sometime after on that one. December 8th is what it's good to right now. So they'll have that well into the offseason.
Okay, yeah. I was just curious because I know sometimes those trade exceptions have expiration dates and teams have to use them, like the whole situation with, what was it, the Detroit Sacramento deal, right? That was part of that?
That was the Kings Clippers deal. That was a trade exception from last year's trade deadline. What they did for teams was all those trade deadlines. Like today, there was a bunch of trade exceptions created. There always is around the trade deadline.
Gotcha.
Last year's would have expired in early to mid-February. So what the NBA did was they pushed them all back to earlier this week, and that's why they had to get that deal in kind of under the buzzer there in Sacramento with the Clippers.
He's Keith Smith. Follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Check out his work over at Yahoo Sports, Real GM, Celtics blog, and as all guests, he appeared on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. Keith, always appreciate you jumping on. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys enjoy the basketball. All you stay safe, you and yours.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We got one more segment coming up next to wrap up the show. Been a busy one, a lot of NBA talk, some NFL, some Flyers as well. If you missed anything, guess what? Best of the Sports Bash tonight, 6 to 7.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Here's Simmons into the lane. He ducks on Nerlens Noel. Ben Simmons with a stuff in traffic.
The Sixers are in L.A. to face the Lakers.
Tonight, coverage begins at 10 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
Bigger, better, Boardwalk, Boardwalk Honda. Bigger, better, Boardwalk, Boardwalk Honda.
Looking to upgrade? Get to Boardwalk Honda. Take advantage of fresh savings during the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event. Right now, lease a new 2021 HRV LX all-wheel drive for just $89 a month for 36 months. Or lease a new 2021 Civic Sedan LX front-wheel drive for $119 a month for 36 months. Plus, browse our entire selection of pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas. We have it all from store to shore. We're sure to have the vehicle you want at the price you want. Accord, Civic, CRVs, you name it, we have it. Plus, we work with all credit situations. Boardwalk Honda partners with over 25 top financial lenders, so we'll help you get approved and on the road in your new Honda in no time. Visit Boardwalk Honda today, located in Egg Harbor Township, or shop online at boardwalkhonda.com. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. Call us toll-free at 844-890-3390 for more details.
Hey, it's me, your cousin, from Boston. I'm on the radio doing ads for Sam Adams. Now I'll be known as the Sam Adams guy instead of the dude who fell in the quarry. Sam Adams Boston Lager is crisp and refreshing, which is why I bring a six-pack wherever I go, except the movies anymore. Sam Adams, from Boston with love. Here's the legal part. Watch how fast I can read. The Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly. Now, is that 30 seconds? Are we even close?
What's in store this week at Staples?
A big deal on ink. That's kind of a big deal.
Staples has the technology, furniture, and supplies you need for a totally productive workspace.
And right now, you can earn 40% back in Staples rewards when you purchase any 2 ink or toner cartridges.
Shop in-store or get same-day delivery powered by Instacart.
Ends 3/27/21. Limit 4 in-store and on Instacart only. Visit staplesconnect.com/ink rewards for details. Instacart delivery subject to availability. Additional fees may apply.
It's March, and that means wing madness at the Pick of the Inn. Head to the Pick to make your picks. Whether it's South Jersey's best wings, tails, or ears, let them know you're sauce champion. All 8 delectable flavors are going head-to-head to battle for number 1. Visit them on Facebook or at pickleilly.com for their Pick game specials. And be sure to pre-order to guarantee your spot in today's lineup at the one, the only Piccadilly Inn on Route 206 in Chemung.
The Piccadilly Inn.
Allstate now has deeper savings, and deeper savings require deep thoughts and a deep voice, like mine. Save for being a new customer. Save more for adding DriveWise, and save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. As someone once said, saving today is money tomorrow. That's deep.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. Drive-bys is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Indeed knows unexpected demand can stretch your business thin.
Leon speaking.
Like at Leon's Plumbing.
Sorry, quickest we can get there is next Friday.
To stay out of hot water, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Tax refunds are great for fresh starts, especially in 2021. Refresh your ride with your refund at Mako and make the year one you'll never forget. Head to Mako.com to get a free estimate today. Better get Mako.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, wrapping up the show, Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks to everyone who got involved in the show today. Don't forget my friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. That's right, FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code Hennig when you sign up. because the tournament is down to 16 teams, and if you've been watching from the sidelines, now is your chance to get in on the action. FanDuel Sportsbook is hooking you up with an exclusive 30-1 odds on all 16 teams left in the bracket, even the top seeds remaining. That's right. New users get 30-1 odds on any team to win their next game this round. You can win $150 on a $50 bet. All you have to do is download the FanDuel Sportsbook app, sign up with my promo code Hennig, make your first deposit to unlock these exclusive 30-1 odds. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is so easy to use. When you win, you get paid as little as 24 hours. So sign up with the FanDuel Sportsbook app, download it, or go to sportsbook.fanduel.com. Use my promo code Hennig to get your 30-1 odds on any of the final 16 teams in the tournament with FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or to play and present in NJRPA. New users only, must wager in designated offer market. $10 first deposit required. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's been a wild ride. The NBA trade deadline is always exciting. It's always a wild ride. It's always exciting when that happens, when it goes down. I want to remind you guys what Keith Smith just said a little bit ago, that the buyout market, it's not like it's been in the past, and that some of these guys, they might just be waiting for specific opportunities. He pointed out that there has to be a reason why Boogie is not signed yet, right? There has to be a reason why he has not jumped on yet. So, when I look at this team, the Sixers moving forward, I expect them to get someone for the buyout market, but it might not be Boogie. It might not be LaMarcus Aldridge. Probably is Keith Smith, not Andre Drummond. But I think it'll be somebody. Okay, it'll be somebody of some significance for this team. I still disagree with Keith. I think that Miami's going to be a threat down the stretch. I think that right now your best teams are, if I were to rank them, I would say it's the Nets, the Sixers, the Miami Heat, and the Bucks are kind of on the same level. I'm not as high on the Evan Fournier deal as he is. I think Daniel Tice getting rid of him was a big mistake. I think Danny Ainge has made a lot of mistakes in this last several months. I think from when the team at the trade deadline last year to the trade deadline this season, Danny Ainge has had some serious missteps, and I think that it's going to bite Boston in the rear. I think they might be a first-round exit, honestly. All right, thanks to NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson for joining me. Andrew DiCecco, football at 4. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider. Keith Smith, NBA. Thanks to all of you for listening and watching. I'm Josh Hennig. We got a busy show tomorrow. Paul Hudrick for Inside the Sixers. Adam Kaplan, football at 4. Bucks and Phillies with Bob Wankel. Happy hour at the PT. And my conversation with UFC fighter Sean O'Malley, who fights at UFC 260. All that on tomorrow's Sports Bash. At Josh Hennig on Twitter. Have a great night, everybody.
Westwood One is your exclusive home for the 2021 NCAA Tournament. It's only fitting that a season unlike any other comes to a conclusion in the most unique circumstances. From 68 teams down to 1, all in the same state. Every basket, buzzer beater, and bracket buster until a champion is crowned. Who will take home the title? Tune in to find out. All the excitement of March Madness right here.
The Sweet 16 this weekend, exclusively on 97.3 ESPN FM.
On some models, excludes Corvette. With GMF financing, excludes prior sales. See dealer for details.
If you've been waiting for the best deal you can find on a brand new Chevy, then your wait has paid off big time. Right now, during Bennett Chevy's March Markdown event, you can save up to 25% off many of our most popular models. That's right. With Bennett Chevy's famous GM supplier employee pricing, plus you keeping all the rebates, that's up to a whopping 25% off MSRP. Plus, for a limited time, there's 0% financing available on our hottest Chevy models. Got an old beater? Get it to Bennett for an unbeatable $7,000 minimum towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $7,000. Imagine what we'll pay for a good trade. And our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So buying at Bennett's always a pleasure with no need to negotiate, plus there's never any sales pressure. Get to Bennett Chevy during our March Markdown event and find new roads. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor.
Half man, half motorcycle.
If you missed a turn, there's always another turn. Take it to get back to the turn you missed.
Use your turn signal.
Progressive Motorcycle also presents Roadside Assistance. Progressive Motorcycle, for those who were born to ride. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, sports fans, it's JR from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got some real exciting news. We've just uncovered huge information on this pro basketball matchup tonight between Philadelphia and LA. I'm going to leave the winner free of charge right now on my famous 30-second recorded message. Call this number right now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE for this huge blowout winner in pro basketball tonight between Philadelphia and LA. Guys, don't miss out. Call the number, listen to the short message, and take this one to the cashier's window. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733 for the Philadelphia LA winner on a recording. 800-499-3733 and check us out at wagerpro.com.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel teaches you conversations that you will actually use. With 14 languages and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com.
O'Reilly. Superstart batteries exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts are designed to meet the electrical demands of today's vehicles. Get dependable power and performance from a Superstart battery for your car, truck, motorcycle, lawnmower, boat, and more. Our professional parts people can help you find just what you need. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you own a small business, you know how hard it can be to find new customers. Town Square has new tools that can help your business stand out and grow. Go to GetLocalCustomersNow.com for a free competitive analysis that will show you what